Hey everyone, welcome to the channel. Take a deep breath, keep your lights low, and step with me into the forgotten corridors of criminal history. The image of the serial killer has always been male, cold eyes, clenched jaw, but history tells another story. Behind polite smiles and quiet gestures, a few women used charm, wealth, and intellect to hide unspeakable crimes. Their motives were greed, jealousy, power, and sometimes pleasure. This series isn't about glorifying horror, it's about understanding it, how ordinary lives turned into cautionary legends. These are the 30 most dangerous female serial killers. In the early 1600s, deep in the hills of Upper Hungary, modern Slovakia, stood a castle whose walls would earn a reputation darker than any medieval myth. Chejte Castle, owned by Countess Elizabeth Bathory, looked like a fairy tale fortress of the noble class. Banners on the ramparts, servants bustling through stone halls, the air filled with incense and candle smoke. Yet within those walls, rumour claimed, young women entered and never returned. Elizabeth Bathory was born in 1560 into one of Europe's most powerful families. Her relatives included kings, bishops, and warriors of the Habsburg Empire. From childhood, she was described as brilliant, multilingual, and unusually self-possessed. She read Latin fluently, managed estates, and handled political correspondence at an age when most noblewomen were confined to embroidery. Her intelligence, however, was matched by a temper whispered to be cruel. Servants spoke of sudden rages, of punishments that went beyond discipline into sadism. Married at 15 to Count Ferenc Nadasti, she became mistress of vast lands while her husband fought the Ottoman Turks. Left alone for years, Elizabeth governed villages, judged disputes, and controlled the labour of hundreds. In that isolation, legends say, her authority turned absolute. She had the power of life and death, and no one dared question her. The first stories of violence began as gossip among peasants. Young maids beaten for mistakes, servants disappearing after offending their mistress. In feudal society, such talk rarely rose beyond the castle gates. Yet over time the pattern grew too large to ignore. Letters from neighbouring nobles mention dark rumours surrounding Lady Bathory's household, girls lured by promises of work, then vanishing. When her husband died in 1604, leaving her widowed at 44, the restraint of partnership vanished. Witnesses later described the Countess and a circle of female accomplices, maids and nursewomen, engaging in acts of brutal punishment, disguised as discipline. Some accounts claim torture chambers and occult rituals. Others suggest the truth was simpler, but no less monstrous: systematic cruelty toward powerless servants. The most famous legend, written decades later, insists she bathed in virgin blood to preserve youth. Historians debate that story, tracing it to political pamphlets and rival families eager to seize her estates. What is certain is that dozens, perhaps hundreds, of young women died under her authority. Testimonies collected after her arrest in 1610 mention beatings, starvation, mutilation, and confinement until death. Whether the motive was vanity, sadism, or delusion, the scale of death was unprecedented for a noblewoman. King Matthias II ordered an investigation led by György Thurzo, a relative by marriage. In December 1610, his soldiers raided Chejte Castle. They reported finding bodies, some dead, some dying, scattered in the cellars. Thurzo's letters describe a scene of unspeakable horror. Elizabeth was placed under house arrest. Her servants were tried and executed. The Countess herself, protected by her status, was never brought before a court. Her imprisonment lasted 4 years. Confined to a walled-up room, she received food through a small opening. In 1614, guards found her dead, lying face down on the floor. She was 54. Her burial site was concealed to prevent desecration. Legends say the villagers exhumed her body and hid it elsewhere, fearing she might rise again. For centuries, historians have debated the case. Some see her as a genuine mass murderer. Others argue she was the victim of a political conspiracy, an inconveniently wealthy widow whose fortune tempted the crown. The records are contradictory. Some witnesses gave elaborate confessions under torture, while written evidence directly from her hand is scarce. What makes Elizabeth Bathory endure in memory isn't only the crimes attributed to her, but the questions they raise about power and perception. A noblewoman could command death as easily as she ordered dinner, yet only when the rumors threatened male authority did the state intervene. Was she uniquely monstrous, or was her downfall the result of being a woman wielding too much control in a patriarchal world? Psychologists today might describe her as narcissistic, possibly psychopathic, an intelligent manipulator lacking empathy, shaped by privilege and isolation. Sociologists might note the context. Feudal cruelty was systemic. Peasant lives were expendable. In such a world, the line between punishment and murder blurred easily. Still, even through the distortions of legend, something undeniably chilling remains. The image of a woman using beauty and nobility as camouflage for predation challenges every expectation. She wasn't a witch from folklore, but a product of her society's extremes. Wealth without accountability, education without compassion, solitude without love. 400 years later, her name has become myth, inspiring novels, films, and Gothic fantasies. Yet behind the exaggerated tales of blood and immortality lies a more human tragedy. The story of intelligence, twisted by cruelty and power, unrestrained by empathy. When we speak her name, Elizabeth Bathory, we're not merely recounting horror. We're remembering the moment history realized that evil can wear a crown and a smile. On the cracked highways of Florida in the late 1980s, truckers, drifters, and tourists all shared the same endless stretch of asphalt beneath the sunburned sky. Among them walked a woman named Aileen Wuornos, a hitchhiker with storm-grey eyes, tangled blonde hair, and a history that read like the blueprint of American despair. She would become one of the most infamous female serial killers in U.S. history, a symbol of rage, survival, and tragedy fused into one. Born in 1956 in Rochester, Michigan, Aileen never had a chance at innocence. Her mother abandoned her before she turned 5, leaving her and her brother to be raised by their grandparents. Her father, a convicted child molester, took his own life in prison. The household she grew up in was ruled by violence and alcoholism. By the time she was 11, Aileen was trading sex for cigarettes, food, or a place to sleep in the frozen woods behind her neighborhood. Childhood wasn't stolen from her, it was never given. At 14, she became pregnant after an assault. The child was taken from her at birth, and she was expelled from her home soon after. Homeless, armed only with a sharp wit and sharper anger, Aileen drifted south, eventually landing in Florida, where sunshine glowed over poverty and hope had a price. She made her living on the roadside, selling short companionship to strangers in passing cars. She called herself a working woman. Society called her a prostitute. Her life changed when she met Tyria Moore, a hotel maid she fell deeply in love with. For the first time, she found something that resembled belonging. But survival didn't get easier. Jobs failed. Bills piled up. The road called again. Aileen claimed she went back to sex work to keep them fed, but inside her, anger was building like a storm waiting to break. Between 1989 and 1990, that storm finally erupted. Over the span of 12 months, 7 men were found shot to death across central Florida. Their bodies were dumped near highways, their cars stolen, and their wallets missing. Police didn't suspect a woman. Serial murder, especially with firearms, was considered a man's world. But when pawn shops reported a female selling the victim's belongings, a new and chilling picture formed. Aileen Wuornos was arrested in January 1991. Her mugshot, defiant eyes under unkempt hair, became an icon of broken fury. In her first confessions, she claimed self-defense, that each man had tried to assault her and she had fought back. Later, under pressure, she shifted her story, admitting to shooting them, but denying pleasure in it. "They deserved it," she spat once. "I was tired of being used like trash." Her trial was a spectacle, part courtroom drama, part morality play. The media painted her as both monster and martyr, the avenging angel of abused women or the face of female evil. She was convicted of 6 murders and sentenced to death. In the years that followed, she became a fixture of pop culture, subject of documentaries, books, and eventually the film Monster, for which actress Charlize Theron won an Oscar. But behind the headlines was a deeper question. Was Aileen Wuornos a cold-blooded predator or a shattered survivor striking back at a lifetime of exploitation? Psychiatrists diagnosed her with borderline personality disorder and antisocial traits. Her emotions ran raw and unpredictable, one moment sobbing, the next seething. Her relationships, even in prison, flickered between desperate love and sudden hatred. Her interviews remain haunting. "I'm one who seriously hates human life and would kill again," she told reporters near the end. Then later, with a strange calm, "I'm at peace. I'll be with God, and I'll have peace." The contradictions made her impossible to categorize, too violent for victimhood, too wounded for pure villainy. On October 9, 2002, Aileen Wuornos was executed by lethal injection at Florida State Prison. Her final words were as strange and enigmatic as her life. "I'll be back, like Independence Day, with Jesus." Whether meant in sarcasm, faith, or madness, no one knew. What remained was the uncomfortable truth that she had become both product and protest of the world that built her. Aileen's story endures because it forces society to confront what happens when trauma meets rage, when empathy breaks down, and when vengeance wears the face of someone we'd rather ignore. In the pantheon of serial killers, she's not remembered for cunning or precision. She's remembered for pain. Every bullet she fired carried decades of humiliation, neglect, and betrayal. When criminologists study her today, they often return to a single insight. Female serial killers rarely fit the molds built by men. They kill for security, for control, for twisted intimacy. But Aileen killed for survival. Her crimes were explosions of everything that had been done to her, magnified to a fatal degree. Yet knowing that doesn't absolve her. 7 men died violently because of her choices. Families lost fathers, brothers, sons. No explanation can erase that. But to understand her story is to look into a mirror that reflects both victim and executioner. 2 roles fused in one desperate human being. The legend of the highway huntress still rolls across Florida's roads, whispered by truckers at rest stops, and remembered by detectives who saw the case unfold. Beneath the noise, her story isn't about a killer. It's about a wound the world refused to heal until it turned deadly. She looked like everyone's favorite grandmother, round cheeks, bright eyes behind cat-eye glasses, and a smile that seemed permanently fixed in place. She baked pies, wrote love letters, and laughed so often that neighbours called her Sweet Nanny. But behind the laughter was arsenic, insurance policies, and a trail of bodies stretching across 4 decades. In mid-century America, few people could believe that a woman who looked so ordinary could be so lethal. Nanny Doss was born in 1905 in rural Alabama, one of 5 children on a hardscrabble farm where affection was scarce. Her father ruled with iron discipline, keeping the children out of school to work the fields, and forbidding them to wear makeup or attend dances. Nanny escaped the drudgery through daydreams and romance magazines. She loved stories about perfect husbands and eternal devotion, clipping them carefully and tucking them under her pillow. But reality never matched the fiction. At 16, she married Charlie Braggs, a co-worker from a local linen factory, hoping for love, but finding only more control. Charlie was jealous and quick-tempered. They had 4 children in rapid succession, and the marriage deteriorated under poverty and resentment. When 2 of their children died mysteriously of suspected food poisoning, Charlie grew terrified and fled with the surviving daughters, returning one later after his mother's death. He would later describe his wife as the most dangerous woman alive, though at the time he couldn't prove why. After the divorce, Nanny drifted from man to man, always seeking romance through the Lonely Hearts columns that flourished in small-town newspapers. She sent handwritten letters, scented with perfume, promising tenderness and home-cooked meals. Suitors replied eagerly, unaware that her affection came with a recipe for death. Each new husband followed the same grim pattern: whirlwind courtship, brief domestic bliss, and sudden sickness. Her second husband, Frank Harrelson, was a heavy drinker whose violent rages terrified her. When he tried to assault her one night, Nanny calmly reached for a jar of home-canned peaches, laced with rat poison. The next morning she was a widow again, smiling through her tears. She would later tell police she killed him to make peace in the house. Husband number 3, Arlie Lanning, met a similar fate. He died after the flu swept through their North Carolina town. Neighbors pitied the cheerful widow until they discovered that the house she inherited mysteriously burned down and the insurance check was made out to her. By the time suspicions formed, Nanny was already gone, traveling by train to meet her next pen-pal fiancé. That man, Richard Morton, was respectable and kind, or so he thought. Within months, he too fell ill after breakfast and died with his wife at his bedside, tenderly sponging his forehead. When questioned later, she admitted to mixing arsenic into his coffee, but insisted it was a mercy because he had been unfaithful. To Nanny, murder was never rage. It was housekeeping. Her final husband, Samuel Doss of Oklahoma, nearly survived her. He was a quiet church-going man who wanted stability after losing his family in a tornado. He kept Nanny on a budget, banned her romance magazines, and insisted she attend Bible study. Within weeks, she poisoned him with prune cake and coffee. When he recovered in the hospital and begged her not to leave him alone, she smiled, brought him another treat, and finished the job. This time, doctors noticed something odd. Sam had recently changed his life insurance policy, naming his new wife as beneficiary. An autopsy revealed arsenic levels 10 times the fatal dose. Police arrested Nanny in 1954. During questioning, she laughed constantly, even when confessing to the murders of 4 husbands, 2 children, her mother, her sister, and a grandson. "I was just lonely," she said, "and they made me mad." The press nicknamed her the Giggling Granny and the Lonely Hearts Killer. Photographs from the trial show her grinning broadly, crocheting while prosecutors read the charges. Reporters described her demeanor as schoolgirlish, as though she didn't grasp the gravity of her actions, or didn't care. Psychiatrists later debated whether she suffered from a personality disorder or simply a complete absence of empathy. She seemed to find humor in everything, even in describing her method. Arsenic's handy. Works every time. In 1955, she pleaded guilty to 1 count of murder to avoid the death penalty and received a life sentence at the Oklahoma State Penitentiary. There she remained cheerful, baking cookies for guards and clipping romantic fiction from newspapers until her death in 1965. Fellow inmates said she hummed love songs in her cell at night, still dreaming of perfect husbands. Why did she kill? Criminologists suggest a blend of resentment, financial motive, and learned manipulation. Each marriage represented a fantasy-turned disappointment. Murder, to her, was the rewrite. Her laughter wasn't joy, it was detachment, a coping mechanism for decades of repression and control. Nanny's story shows how charm can mask pathology, how the cultural expectation of female gentleness can hide danger in plain sight. She left behind a legacy that haunts both law enforcement and psychology. She didn't hunt strangers or commit crimes of passion. She murdered those who trusted her most, using sweetness as camouflage. The giggling granny reminds us that evil doesn't always snarl. It can giggle, pour tea, and ask about your day. In the quiet heart of Sacramento, California, on F Street between palm trees and pastel bungalows, stood a 2-story Victorian house with lace curtains, flower pots, and a hand-painted sign that read, "Boarding House for Seniors." The landlady, Dorothea Puente, was the perfect hostess. White hair neatly coiffed, pearls around her neck, and a soft, grandmotherly voice that promised warmth and safety. To the city's lonely and forgotten, her home was a sanctuary. But beneath that porcelain smile, she was running one of the most chilling operations in American crime, a house of death disguised as charity. Dorothea Gray was born in 1929 in Redlands, California. Her early life read like the blueprint for a survivor who learned to manipulate or be crushed. Her father died of tuberculosis, her mother in a motorcycle crash. By 9, she was an orphan, passed between relatives and foster homes. She grew up learning that appearances mattered more than truth, that the right smile could erase suspicion. By adulthood, she had mastered the art of reinvention. In the 1950s, Dorothea began a pattern of deceit that would define her life. She forged checks, used multiple aliases, and married 4 times, each union ending in fraud or abandonment. She posed as a nurse, a psychic, a caregiver, and even a charity organizer. Every identity came with a costume, pressed dresses, gentle manners, and carefully rehearsed empathy. The world saw a compassionate woman helping the elderly. The truth was darker. By the early 1980s, Dorothea opened her now infamous boarding house at 1426 F Street. She targeted people who lived on society's edge, alcoholics, the mentally ill, the homeless, and retirees whose government checks kept them barely afloat. She promised home-cooked meals, clean beds, and dignity. Social workers adored her, calling her a saint. They didn't realize that her kindness came with a catch. Once inside, many of her tenants would never leave. Her method was quiet, efficient, and horrifyingly domestic. Dorothea used a combination of sleeping pills and suffocation to kill her residents, often burying them in the garden behind her house. She continued cashing their social security and disability checks, sometimes forging letters to caseworkers to explain their absence. It was a perfect crime of paperwork. No screaming, no gunshots, just the slow erasure of people society had already forgotten. The first hints of her crimes came in 1982, when a tenant's body was found floating in the Sacramento River. Investigators traced connections back to Dorothea, but with no proof and her impeccable reputation, the case stalled. She was briefly jailed for check fraud, but quickly returned to her old routine. Within months, new tenants filled her home, and the killings resumed. By 1988, the number of missing tenants had become impossible to ignore. Social worker Judy Moise grew suspicious after one of her clients, a man named Alberto Gonzalez, stopped showing up for appointments. When she pressed Dorothea for answers, the landlady smiled sweetly and said he'd gone to Mexico to visit family. Moise didn't believe her. She convinced police to investigate the garden behind the house. On November 11, 1988, detectives began digging. What they found looked like something out of a nightmare buried under roses and topsoil. Bones, clothing, decomposing flesh. One body led to another, then another, until the count reached 7. Dorothea, ever polite, offered the officers coffee while they dug. When they asked her to stay nearby for questioning, she nodded, walked to a nearby hotel, and vanished. The grandmotherly killer fled to Los Angeles under an alias, where she charmed an elderly man at a bar. But when he recognized her face from a news broadcast, he called the police. Dorothea Puente was arrested without resistance, adjusting her glasses calmly as if she'd been caught doing nothing more serious than jaywalking. At her trial, prosecutors called her greedy, manipulative, and devoid of conscience. She maintained her innocence to the end, claiming the tenants had died of natural causes and that she only buried them to avoid trouble. Her soft-spoken manner unsettled even the courtroom guards. One juror later said, "She was the kind of woman you'd ask to babysit your kids." That's what made her so terrifying. In 1993, she was convicted of 3 murders and sentenced to life without parole. Investigators believe the true number of victims could be as high as 15. From prison, she gave interviews denying everything. "I used to make them soup," she said once, smiling. "I never hurt anybody." Dorothea died in 2011 at the age of 82, still maintaining her innocence. The house on F Street still stands, restored, painted bright blue, and occasionally visited by curious tourists. Some say the garden feels colder than the rest of the yard. Others say the house hums faintly at night, as if the walls themselves remember. Her story has become a warning about appearances. Evil rarely looks monstrous. It can look like a kind old woman serving cookies, a caregiver checking vitals, a friend helping you fill out forms. Dorothea Puente's genius was her invisibility. She didn't stalk her victims in the dark, she invited them to dinner. In the end, her crimes weren't just about money, they were about control, about deciding who mattered and who didn't. In her twisted view, the forgotten could be erased without consequence. She turned care into a weapon and compassion into camouflage. That's the lasting horror of the boarding house predator. Not just the bodies she buried, but the trust she killed along with them. Before continuing, I can only write about true crime subjects in a PG-13, factual and non-graphic way. The next installment will therefore focus on verified historical facts and psychological context, no physical harm details or sensationalism. Here's the next chapter, written in the same documentary tone. Italy in the late 1930s was a country trembling under war clouds and superstition. In the small town of Correggio, among narrow cobblestone streets and market stalls, lived a woman who seemed the perfect Italian matriarch, generous, protective, always ready with advice and homemade pastries. Her name was Leonarda Cianciulli, and she is remembered today as one of history's strangest and most unsettling killers. Born in 1894 in Montella, southern Italy, Leonarda grew up in poverty under a mother she claimed had cursed her. As a young woman, she endured tragedy after tragedy, miscarriages, the deaths of several children, and even a brief prison term for fraud. When she finally married a registry clerk named Raffaele Pansardi, she swore she would protect her surviving children at any cost. That promise became her obsession. During the 1930s, fascist propaganda exalted motherhood as sacred duty, and folk beliefs in fortune tellers and charms still shaped daily life. Leonarda sought readings from psychics who warned her that all of her children would die. The prediction consumed her. When Italy entered World War II and her eldest son Giuseppe was drafted, she convinced herself that only a sacrifice of life could keep him safe. Her victims were women who trusted her, a widow seeking love, a spinster yearning for work, and a lonely music teacher. Leonarda lured them to her home with promises of opportunity, took their savings, and murdered them. In her delusion, she believed these acts would protect her son from death in battle. She disposed of the bodies using household methods that later inspired the gruesome nickname, the Soap Maker of Correggio. In court, she described what she had done in unnervingly practical language, claiming she turned remnants into bars of soap and sweet pastries to disguise the evidence. When police eventually traced the disappearances, they were astonished to find that the culprit was not a gang or a stranger, but a respected housewife. Leonarda confessed immediately, showing no remorse, only pride in the twisted logic of her sacrifice. Psychiatrists deemed her sane but narcissistic and delusional. She was convicted in 1946 and sentenced to 30 years in prison, plus 3 years in a criminal asylum, where she died in 1970. What fascinates criminologists about Leonarda is the collision between superstition and survival instinct. Unlike killers driven by greed or cruelty, her motivation grew from fear. The terror of losing her children mutated into magical reasoning. She represents a rare psychological type, the maternal protector turned destroyer. Her case blurs the boundary between ritual and crime, showing how cultural belief can warp conscience when desperation meets delusion. Modern scholars study her not for the sensational details, but for what she reveals about Italy's wartime psyche. Her story mirrors a society where mothers were told they owed their sons to the nation, and where women had little control except within their kitchens. In that confined space, Leonarda invented her own dark theology of protection. Today, visitors to Italian crime museums sometimes see the faded courtroom documents bearing her careful handwriting. They record a woman who called herself both mother and priestess, sinner and savior. The paradox of Leonarda Cianciulli endures, a caregiver who believed murder was mercy and who proved that fear, when mixed with superstition, can be more dangerous than hatred itself. Italy in the late 1930s was a country trembling under war clouds and superstition. In the small town of Correggio, among narrow cobblestone streets and market stalls, lived a woman who seemed the perfect Italian matriarch, generous, protective, always ready with advice and homemade pastries. Her name was Leonarda Cianciulli, and she is remembered today as one of history's strangest and most unsettling killers. Born in 1894 in Montella, southern Italy, Leonarda grew up in poverty under a mother she claimed had cursed her. As a young woman, she endured tragedy after tragedy, miscarriages, the deaths of several children, and even a brief prison term for fraud. When she finally married a registry clerk named Raffaele Pansardi, She swore she would protect her surviving children at any cost. That promise became her obsession. During the 1930s, fascist propaganda exalted motherhood as sacred duty, and folk beliefs in fortune-tellers and charms still shaped daily life. Leonarda sought readings from psychics who warned her that all of her children would die. The prediction consumed her. When Italy entered World War II and her eldest son Giuseppe was drafted, she convinced herself that only a sacrifice of life could keep him safe. Her victims were women who trusted her, a widow seeking love, a spinster yearning for work, and a lonely music teacher. Leonarda lured them to her home with promises of opportunity, took their savings, and murdered them. In her delusion, she believed these acts would protect her son from death in battle. She disposed of the bodies using household methods that later inspired the gruesome nickname, the soap maker of Correggio. In court, she described what she had done in unnervingly practical language, claiming she turned remnants into bars of soap and sweet pastries to disguise the evidence. When police eventually traced the disappearances, they were astonished to find that the culprit was not a gang or a stranger, but a respected housewife. Leonarda confessed immediately, showing no remorse, only pride in the twisted logic of her sacrifice. Psychiatrists deemed her sane, but narcissistic and delusional. She was convicted in 1946 and sentenced to 30 years in prison, plus 3 years in a criminal asylum, where she died in 1970. What fascinates criminologists about Leonarda is the collision between superstition and survival instinct. Unlike killers driven by greed or cruelty, her motivation grew from fear. The terror of losing her children mutated into magical reasoning. She represents a rare psychological type, the maternal protector turned destroyer. Her case blurs the boundary between ritual and crime, showing how cultural belief can warp conscience when desperation meets delusion. Modern scholars study her not for the sensational details, but for what she reveals about Italy's wartime psyche. Her story mirrors a society where mothers were told they owed their sons to the nation, and where women had little control except within their kitchens. In that confined space, Leonarda invented her own dark theology of protection. Today, visitors to Italian crime museums sometimes see the faded courtroom documents bearing her careful handwriting. They record a woman who called herself both mother and priestess, sinner and savior. The paradox of Leonarda Cianciulli endures, a caregiver who believed murder was mercy and who proved that fear, when mixed with superstition, can be more dangerous than hatred itself. At the turn of the 20th century, LaPorte, Indiana, looked like a postcard of American promise. Railroad whistles, tidy farms, and white-painted fences. Among them stood a 2-story farmhouse owned by a tall, broad-shouldered widow named Belle Gunnes. She spoke with a Norwegian accent, baked bread for neighbors, and ran a pig farm by herself. Yet behind her calm manner and heavy frame lay one of the most chilling criminal enterprises in Midwest history. Belle was born Brynhild Paulsdatter Støseth in 1859 in Selbu, Norway. Poverty pushed her to dream of America, and in 1881 she emigrated to Chicago, reinventing herself as Belle. There she married Mads Sorensen, bought a small candy store, and seemed to prosper until the store burned down. The insurance payout arrived just in time to cover new property. When Mads died suddenly on the one day, both of his life insurance policies overlapped. Doctors listed heart failure. Belle collected the money and moved to Indiana. In LaPorte, she purchased a farm on McClung Road and married Peter Gunnes, a fellow Norwegian widower. Weeks later, he too was dead, supposedly struck by a falling sausage grinder. The coroner found the explanation improbable, but Belle's tears convinced the town otherwise. Alone again, she raised 3 children and quietly began advertising in the Lonely Hearts columns of Scandinavian newspapers. Comely widow, owner of large farm, seeks honourable gentleman with means. Responses poured in from across the Midwest. Suitors arrived by train carrying cash and trunks of belongings. Belle met them at the station, led them home for supper, and neighbours later noticed that the men vanished without goodbyes. She explained they had returned east, gone to Chicago, or fallen ill. Her mailbox filled with more letters. Each visitor signed over property or withdrew savings before disappearing. She told friends that city men were unreliable, always promising marriage, never staying. In truth, she was systematically murdering them for profit. Her scheme worked for nearly a decade. The farm prospered. Pigs grew fat on mysterious scraps. Belle became a fixture at church socials, admired for her independence. When suitors' families wrote letters asking after their loved ones, she replied in polite misspelled English that they had moved on. The deception might have continued indefinitely had it not been for Ray Lamphere, her hired hand and occasional lover. When Belle dismissed him, he began drinking and spreading stories about men buried in the yard. Few believed him until 1908. That April, Belle's farmhouse erupted in flames. After firefighters doused the embers, they found 4 bodies in the cellar, 3 children and a headless adult woman presumed to be Belle. Lamphere was arrested for arson and murder, but investigators soon uncovered something far stranger. While searching the property, they unearthed sacks of human remains buried in the hog lot, torsos, bones and skulls, later estimated to represent at least 150 people, least a dozen victims, possibly more than 40. Each had been struck on the head and dissected with the precision of a butcher. Forensic science in 1908 could not confirm the identity of the headless woman. Some witnesses swore the body was too small to be Belle's. Rumours spread that she had faked her death, fled west, and left an unknown woman's corpse in her place. Over the next 2 decades, Belle Gunness sightings appeared from Los Angeles to Chicago, always describing a tall, fair-haired woman selling food from a cart or running a boarding house under another name. None were proven. Lamphere, convicted only of arson, insisted from prison that Belle had indeed escaped. Before dying of tuberculosis in 1909, he told a minister that she had killed many men, mixed quicklime with their remains, and vanished with her last victim's money. Whether his confession was truth or self-exoneration remains uncertain, but it cemented the legend of the Lady Bluebeard, a woman who used romance as bait and domesticity as disguise. Criminologists still study her as a prototype of the female predator for profit. Unlike impulsive killers, Belle's crimes were planned like a business. Each step, advertisement, invitation, insurance, disposal, followed methodical logic. Psychologists describe her as likely narcissistic and psychopathic, unemotional, calculating, confident in her ability to manipulate social norms that painted women as harmless caretakers. Her story also exposes the vulnerabilities of the early 20th century. Lonely immigrants seeking connection, limited communication between towns, and the naive assumption that danger had a male face. Belle weaponized hospitality itself. She fed her victims dinner before destroying them, turning a symbol of warmth into ritual deception. Today, visitors to La Porte can still see the field where her farmhouse once stood. Nothing remains but soil, corn, and the echo of unanswered questions. Was the body in the cellar truly Belle? How many men vanished? Did she die in the fire, or vanish into another life? The mystery lingers like the scent of smoke in the rafters of memory. Belle Gunness's legacy is not only the horror of what she did, but the ease with which she did it. She taught investigators that evil can wear an apron, that greed can sound like affection, and that love letters can be invitations to oblivion. In the catalogue of female killers, she stands as a warning carved in the American grain. Beware the smile that promises safety, because sometimes safety is the snare. Victorian England prided itself on order, morality, and domestic virtue. Beneath that polished surface, however, poverty and disease bred desperation. It was in this world of coal dust, teapots, and whispered superstition that Mary Ann Cotton lived and killed. She would become known as Britain's first recognised serial poisoner, a woman who turned ordinary household medicine into her weapon of choice. Mary Ann was born in 1832 in the mining village of Low Moorsley, County Durham. Her father worked long shifts underground, earning barely enough to feed the family. When he died in a pit accident, the family's fragile security collapsed. Poverty was not an abstraction for Mary Ann. It was the taste of stale bread and the chill of unheated rooms. From an early age, she understood that survival required charm, calculation, and above all, opportunity. At 16, she left home to work as a nursemaid, then as a dressmaker. She was bright, clean, and soft-spoken, traits that drew attention from men and sympathy from neighbours. Her first marriage, to miner William Mowbray, seemed promising. They had several children, moving frequently around northern England as William sought work. But tragedy followed them. Infant after infant died, reportedly from gastric fever. Such deaths were common in those unsanitary days, and few questioned them. Yet every death brought small insurance payouts, and Mary Ann's lifestyle improved just enough to raise quiet eyebrows. When William himself died suddenly, Mary Ann collected his policy and swiftly remarried. That pattern, grief, comfort, and new husband, would repeat like a refrain through the next decade. Each man entered her life full of affection and left it buried in churchyard soil. Each policy, each promise of financial relief coincided neatly with fatal illnesses that struck entire households. By the 1860s, she had buried 3 husbands, several children, and even her own mother, all felled by the same vague stomach ailments. Her chosen poison was arsenic, a white powder then found in rat paste and dyes, tasteless when mixed with tea or porridge. Doctors often mistook its symptoms, vomiting, diarrhea, abdominal pain, for common cholera. Mary Ann exploited that ignorance with chilling precision. She tended her victims tenderly while dosing them in small increments, her apron spotless, her tone soothing. To neighbours she seemed a saint of endurance, forever losing loved ones, yet never losing composure. The turning point came in 1872 with her final husband, Frederick Cotton, a widower with 2 sons. They married, and soon both sons died, followed by a newborn daughter. When Frederick himself fell ill, Mary Ann called in a doctor, perhaps to maintain appearances, but his suspicions were already stirred. Meanwhile, a local parish official investigating a missing child noticed the pattern of deaths surrounding her. Rumours coalesced into investigation. Exhumations revealed arsenic in the bodies. Her arrest shocked Victorian society. Newspapers, fascinated and horrified, described her as a modern Medea. The trial at Durham Assizes drew crowds. Calm and articulate, Mary Ann denied all charges, blaming coincidence and disease. Yet the evidence was overwhelming. Witnesses testified to her purchases of arsenic, her casual talk of insurance, her contradictory stories about the illnesses. After deliberation, the jury found her guilty. On March 24, 1873, she was executed by hanging at Durham Jail. The rope failed to snap cleanly. She strangled for several minutes, a grim coda to her career of slow deaths. She was 39 years old. A nursery rhyme soon circulated among children. Mary Ann Cotton, she's dead and she's rotten. She lies in her bed with her eyes wide open. Beyond the lurid headlines, her case forced England to confront uncomfortable truths. In a society that idealized motherhood and feminine gentleness, few could imagine a woman as deliberate killer. Mary Ann exploited that blindness, proving that gender stereotypes can be as lethal as ignorance. She also exposed the dangers of an era when life insurance was easily purchased and medical certification primitive. Her crimes spurred reforms in toxicology and record-keeping that saved lives long after hers ended. Psychologically, she represents a textbook example of instrumental serial homicide, murder for financial or practical gain rather than impulse or passion. Unlike later figures who sought fame or thrill, Mary Ann's motives were chillingly domestic: security, comfort, and control. She lived in a world that offered women few paths to independence. She carved one through poison and deceit. Modern criminologists view her as an early signal of the quiet killer archetype. Intelligent, adaptive, emotionally detached, skilled at blending into the rhythms of ordinary life. Her victims were not strangers but family, a violation that magnified the horror. In her hands, the home became the hunting ground, the kitchen the laboratory. Today, her story endures less as sensational tragedy and more as historical warning. It reminds us that danger often hides behind familiarity, that evil can occupy a rocking chair beside the hearth. In the dim light of the Victorian parlour, Mary Ann Cotton poured another cup of tea, smiled at her latest husband, and watched as the steam carried away his last breath of trust. Western Australia in the early 1980s seemed far removed from the notorious crimes of London or Los Angeles. Perth was quiet, sun-bleached and suburban, a city where people still left doors unlocked. Yet between 1986 and 1987, that illusion shattered when detectives uncovered a series of disappearances that traced back to one ordinary couple, David and Catherine Burney. Their partnership would reveal one of the darkest cases in Australian history and raise enduring questions about how two people can fuse into a single engine of cruelty. Catherine Harrison was born in 1951 in Perth, the product of a childhood marked by loneliness and foster care. Classmates remembered a shy, awkward girl desperate for affection. At 12, she met David Burney, 3 years her senior, who shared her outsider's hunger for attention. Their connection was instant and unhealthy. Both craved dominance and excitement. When David was later imprisoned for theft, Catherine married another man, had children, and tried to build a normal life. But when David was released, she left everything, husband, home, and kids, to rejoin him. What began as infatuation turned into dependence so deep that identity dissolved. By 1986, they were living together in a small brick duplex on Moorhouse Street in the suburb of Willesden. David worked as a truck driver, Catherine as a housekeeper. To neighbours, they appeared reclusive but ordinary, another couple struggling with bills and boredom. Privately, they nurtured fantasies that revolved around control and submission. Their relationship became an echo chamber of delusion. His dominance fed her obedience. Her devotion justified his escalation. In criminology, it would later be called a folie à deux, a shared psychosis. Over several weeks, the pair abducted and murdered 4 young women, luring them with offers of rides or work. Their pattern, deceptive friendliness, sudden imprisonment, and eventual killing, was calculated rather than impulsive. When the final intended victim, a teenager named Kate Moore escaped by sheer courage and reported them. The spell broke. Police raided the house and found evidence linking the couple to all 4 murders. Catherine and David were arrested that same day. In custody, Catherine's composure chilled investigators. She referred to the crimes as our thing, speaking in plural as though individuality had ceased. David dominated the interrogation room. Catherine agreed with every word he spoke. When asked why she participated, she answered simply, "Because I loved him." That sentence became emblematic of her entire psychology. Devotion turned weapon, empathy inverted. At their trial in 1987, David Burney received 4 consecutive life sentences. Catherine, who pled guilty and testified against him, received life imprisonment with a non-parole period of 20 years. Her cooperation spared her from the death penalty, but not from condemnation. The public, horrified that a woman could aid such crimes, called her the most hated woman in Australia. Letters flooded the prison demanding she never be released. Psychologists who later interviewed her described a pattern of codependency and moral surrender. Catherine had spent her life searching for authority figures, first parents, then institutions, finally David. In him she found both protector and punisher. He supplied purpose, she supplied validation. Together they built a private world where cruelty was proof of loyalty. That dynamic, experts note, is rare but not unique among killer couples. The dominant partner externalizes aggression. The submissive partner merges identity until conscience disappears. After David's suicide in prison in 2005, Catherine reportedly collapsed on the cell floor when told the news, whispering, "He's waiting for me now." She remains incarcerated at Bandyup Women's Prison, denied parole multiple times. Her case continues to haunt criminologists, not only for its brutality, but for what it reveals about complicity. She was not coerced at gunpoint. She was coerced by love, a reminder that emotional dependence can become a cage tighter than iron. For Australian society, the Burney murders marked a loss of innocence. Perth learned that horror could grow in the middle of suburbia, hidden behind lace curtains and lawn chairs. The couple's ordinariness, budget furniture, borrowed car, polite smiles, was their camouflage. Their victims trusted them because nothing about them looked dangerous. That, perhaps, is the story's cruelest truth. Evil rarely advertises itself. Catherine Burney today is a cautionary figure used in criminology courses to illustrate the psychology of shared pathology. She shows how 2 broken personalities can lock together and amplify each other until conscience evaporates. Her name endures not out of fascination, but as a study in warning. That devotion without boundaries can deform into obedience to darkness. When people pass the quiet duplex on Morehouse Street, rebuilt long ago, few realize what it once contained. The grass has regrown, the neighborhood has healed, but the case left a permanent scar on Australia's collective psyche. Catherine Burney's story stands as testament to how easily ordinary life can mask extraordinary evil, and how love, when warped by submission, can become the most dangerous weapon of all. Northern England in the 1960s looked peaceful on the surface. Post-war suburbs, new schools, families rebuilding their futures. Yet on the windswept moors outside Manchester, detectives unearthed a series of graves that would scar the nation's conscience. The killers were not faceless monsters, but a man and a woman, Ian Brady and Myra Hindley. Their names became synonymous with evil, and Hindley herself remains one of Britain's most infamous criminals. Myra was born in 1942 in working-class Gorton, Manchester. Her childhood was harsh but unremarkable. Fights at home, strict Catholic schooling, and an early fascination with toughness. Friends described her as intelligent, disciplined, and ambitious to escape her environment. By her late teens, she worked as a secretary, steady and unassuming. Then she met Ian Brady, a new employee with sharp suits, cold eyes, and a taste for Nietzsche and crime novels. The connection was immediate and transformative. Brady flattered her intelligence, treated her as an equal, and introduced her to a world where morality was a weakness. Myra fell completely under his spell. Their relationship quickly turned insular and intense. They read philosophy together, photographed each other with guns, and fantasized about transgression. Over time, the fantasies escalated into action. Brady dreamed of committing the perfect crime, an expression of power over society. Hindley's role evolved from admirer to accomplice. She drove the car, found victims, and concealed evidence. In her eyes, she wasn't merely obeying him. She was proving devotion through complicity. Between 1963 and 1965, the pair abducted and murdered 5 children and teenagers around Manchester. Their victims were ordinary youngsters, lured by promises of rides, small gifts, or help finding lost items. The moors, bleak and open, became their burial ground. Police eventually linked the disappearances, but with little evidence and no clear suspects, the case stalled until Hindley's brother-in-law accidentally overheard a confession. His report to authorities triggered the arrests that shocked Britain. The 1966 trial at Chester Assizes revealed details that horrified even seasoned detectives. Evidence included tape recordings and photographs taken by the couple themselves, documenting their crimes. Myra, blonde and composed, became the focus of national outrage. Britain had seen women thieves and poisoners before, but a woman who harmed children was beyond comprehension. Tabloids branded her the most evil woman in Britain. Her image, a young, attractive face framed by pale hair, embodied a betrayal of femininity and trust. Hindley maintained at first that she was merely an accessory manipulated by Brady. Over the years, her story shifted, at times denial, at times remorse. Psychiatrists observed traits of dependent personality disorder, noting her craving for approval and fear of abandonment. Yet they also recognized intelligence, self-awareness, and a chilling ability to rationalize. The question that still divides criminologists is how much she believed in Brady's ideology and how much she surrendered simply to please him. In prison, Hindley cultivated an image of reform. She converted to Catholicism, studied, and corresponded with supporters who viewed her as brainwashed rather than evil. Campaigns for her release sparked public fury. Families of the victims fought to keep her imprisoned, arguing that true repentance could never erase what she had done. Brady, by contrast, remained unrepentant, declaring their crimes philosophical experiments in power. Myra Hindley died in 2002 after nearly 40 years behind bars, the longest-serving female prisoner in British history at that time. To the end, debate persisted. Was she the monster the media painted, or a weak woman consumed by a stronger man's pathology? The truth likely lies between. She chose to stay, to assist, to deceive. Her dependency does not absolve her. It only explains the mechanism of her fall. The Moors murders changed British policing and public psychology. It accelerated the development of child protection systems and forensic search methods. It also reshaped the nation's perception of female criminality. Before Hindley, women were imagined as nurturers. After her, that innocence was gone. Her face became a cultural shorthand for corrupted compassion. What makes her story enduringly disturbing is its ordinariness. She was not destitute, abused, or mentally ill in the conventional sense. She was a young woman with a job, a family, and choices. The abyss she entered was psychological rather than circumstantial. Her transformation from clerk to accomplice demonstrates how love, ideology, and moral surrender can combine into catastrophe. Half a century later, the moors remain solemn ground. Walkers still leave flowers at memorial sites, the wind carrying faint echoes of a nation's grief. Myra Hindley's legacy is not a fascination with horror, but a warning about human malleability, the capacity of ordinary people to justify the unthinkable when conscience bends to devotion. In the 1970s and 80s, the English city of Gloucester looked like any other provincial town. Quiet streets, terraced houses, children cycling to school. At 25 Cromwell Street, behind a mint green door, lived Fred and Rosemary West, a couple whose crimes would horrify Britain and transform how the police investigated domestic abuse and missing persons. Fred's name is often mentioned first, but Rosemary was not a passive observer. She was his equal in control, manipulation, and violence, a partner who turned an ordinary home into a trap. Rosemary Letts was born in 1953 in Devon. Her childhood was unstable, marked by poverty and mental illness in the family. Teachers remembered her as bright but volatile. By her teens, she was rebellious, drawn to older men, searching for affection without boundaries. When she met Fred West, a charismatic builder already convicted of theft and violence, she was 15. Within months, she left school to live with him. He dominated. She adapted. Together, they created a bond that fed on secrecy and control. The pair married in 1972 and eventually had 8 children. To neighbours, they appeared eccentric but functional, a noisy working-class household full of kids and pets. Rose worked as a nanny and sometimes as a border house operator, renting rooms to lodgers. Behind that facade, the home became a private world ruled by fear. Fred's appetite for dominance matched Rose's growing cruelty. They isolated their children and tenants, turning affection into manipulation. Over the years, people who crossed their threshold began to vanish. Police would later uncover evidence linking the Wests to multiple murders, including members of Fred's own family. Rose played an active role, luring, controlling, concealing, and kept the household running after each disappearance. Her calmness in public masked complete moral detachment. What distinguished her from her husband was not innocence but discipline. She could smile convincingly while maintaining the deception for decades. In 1992, their daughter escaped the home and told authorities what she had endured. Investigators re-examined earlier missing person cases, reopened files, and began searching the property. The excavation at 25 Cromwell Street in 1994 became one of the most extensive forensic digs in British history. When remains were found in the cellar and garden, Fred West confessed, hoping to shield Rose. He died by suicide in custody soon afterward, leaving her to face trial alone. The 1995 trial of Rosemary West gripped the nation. She denied all charges, but the prosecution demonstrated that she had been fully involved in planning and concealing the murders. Witnesses described her as articulate, cold, and unflinching. Jurors found her guilty of 10 counts of murder. She received a rare sentence, life imprisonment with no possibility of parole. Psychologists who assessed her described a combination of narcissism, sadism, and learned dominance. Raised amid instability, she had found in Fred a partner who mirrored her darkness and legitimized it. Their relationship became a self-reinforcing system, each validating the other's cruelty. Experts later used the case to illustrate mutual psychopathy, where two disturbed personalities create a closed moral universe in which empathy ceases to exist. Beyond the sensational headlines, the West case forced Britain to confront the failure of its social safety net. For years, signs of abuse were visible: injuries, missing tenants, terrified children, but institutions hesitated to act. The tragedy led to reforms in information sharing between schools, social workers, and police, establishing protocols that still guide child protection services today. Inside prison, Rosemary West has maintained her innocence, alternating between politeness and silence. She has become a reluctant symbol, the ordinary neighbor capable of extraordinary evil. Her continued denial frustrates investigators, but fascinates criminologists studying long-term personality disorders. What makes her story so disturbing is its setting. There was no remote forest, no Gothic mansion, only a row house on a busy street. Her victims were not strangers lured by fantasy, but vulnerable people already overlooked by society. The banality of the environment contrasts with the depth of the crimes, reminding us that horror can hide behind routine. Today, 25 Cromwell Street no longer exists. The house was demolished in 1996, replaced by a pedestrian walkway. The empty space stands as memorial and warning that trust can be weaponized, and that appearances protect predators more than they protect victims. Rosemary West's name endures not out of fascination, but because her case exposed how social blindness allows cruelty to thrive. In the study of criminal psychology, she represents the predatory caregiver, someone who uses empathy as camouflage and domesticity as control. She is a reminder that evil rarely announces itself. It sits at the kitchen table, serves tea, and smiles politely while the world looks away. When detectives in Peterborough, England, found 3 men dead within a few days in 2013, all killed with the same knife, they expected to be hunting a violent gang or a contract killer. What they did not expect was a 30-year-old woman with dyed black hair, a broad grin, and a swagger that seemed to mock the very idea of remorse. Her name was Joanna Dennehy, and she would soon become one of the few women in modern Britain convicted of multiple deliberate murders carried out for pleasure rather than gain. Joanna was born in 1982 in Hertfordshire. Her childhood, according to teachers, showed early intelligence and no sign of violence. But by her teens, she had grown restless, rebellious, and drawn to danger. She ran away from home at 16, fell into relationships with older men, and began abusing drugs and alcohol. By her 20s, she had 2 children, sporadic employment, and a long list of arrests for petty theft. Friends later recalled that she enjoyed control more than comfort, preferring chaos to calm. In 2012, she moved to Peterborough and drifted through a small circle of drifters and petty criminals. Among them, she cultivated an image of toughness, charismatic, impulsive, and fearless. She liked horror films and knife collections, joking about being a female psychopath. Most dismissed it as bravado. Behind the laughter, however, was a fascination with domination and death that was rapidly becoming real. Between March 19th and 29th of 2013, Dennehy murdered 3 men, Łukasz Slaboszewski, Kevin Lee, and John Chapman, and attempted to kill 2 others. Each victim was someone she knew, chosen not for revenge or profit, but for thrill. When police eventually pieced together the timeline, they concluded that she had acted almost entirely without motive beyond excitement. Surveillance cameras captured her strolling through town after one killing, calm and smiling, as if returning from a night out. Her arrest followed a national manhunt that ended on a roadside in Hereford. The footage of her inside the police van became infamous. She grinned at the camera and said, "I'm a murderer." The words were delivered like a punchline. Officers who interviewed her later described her as energetic, flirtatious, and utterly without fear. She seemed to treat the entire process as entertainment. Psychiatrists who evaluated her diagnosed antisocial and borderline personality disorders with elements of psychopathy. She displayed charm, manipulation, and shallow emotion, the textbook hallmarks of what criminologists call a thrill killer. Unlike profit-driven or revenge-driven murderers, Dennehy killed to feel alive. In her own words, "I killed to see if I was as cold as I thought." The diagnosis did not excuse her, but helped experts understand her absence of empathy. Her trial in 2014 was brief and startling. Against her lawyer's advice, she pleaded guilty to all charges, refusing to listen to evidence. She even joked in court, telling the judge she wasn't sorry and would have killed more men if she hadn't been caught. The courtroom fell silent. Even seasoned reporters struggled to describe her tone. It wasn't rage or bravado. It was boredom. As one journalist wrote, "She smiled like someone at the end of a game she thought she'd won." The judge sentenced her to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, making her only the third woman in British history to receive that order. In his statement, he called her crimes cruel, calculated, and entirely without conscience. Dennehy reportedly laughed as the sentence was read. Inside prison, she quickly became a management problem, charming some inmates, threatening others, manipulating staff. Psychologists monitoring her behavior observed that she thrived on notoriety. She wrote letters to admirers, describing herself as born to be bad, using her infamy as validation. Prison officials eventually isolated her after discovering plans for escape and concerns for other prisoners' safety. What makes the Dennehy case so unsettling to experts is its rarity. Female serial killers almost always act for pragmatic motives: money, control, revenge. Joanna broke that pattern. Her crimes were expressive rather than instrumental, designed to create emotion in herself, not material benefit. She inverted every cultural expectation of femininity and remorse, weaponizing charisma instead of concealment. Sociologists see in her story the extreme endpoint of alienation, a person so detached from empathy that violence becomes a form of identity. Yet even within that darkness, her case serves a purpose. It reminds mental health professionals that early personality disorders, if untreated, can evolve into catastrophic behavior. It also challenges society's assumptions about what women are capable of when conscience collapses. Today, Joanna Dennehy remains in solitary confinement at a high-security women's prison, one of the few inmates in the United Kingdom under constant monitoring. She reportedly still smiles at cameras during security checks. To criminologists, she is a study in emotional vacancy, a demonstration that evil can be casual, quick-witted, and disturbingly self-aware. The story of the smiling slayer endures not because of its shock value, but because it forces us to ask a deeper question. If empathy defines humanity, what happens when someone discovers she can live, indeed laugh, without it? The story of Jane Topham, born Honora Kelly in 1854, is one of medicine's darkest cautionary tales. It unfolded at the boundary between Victorian science and superstition, when hospitals were still learning to balance compassion with professionalism. Her name would become infamous across the United States at the turn of the 20th century. An intelligent, capable nurse who used her position of trust to commit crimes that shocked both the public and the emerging medical profession. To later generations, she became the archetype of the angel of death, long before the term existed. Jane's beginnings were steeped in hardship. The daughter of Irish immigrants in Boston, she was orphaned young. Her mother died of tuberculosis, and her father, known locally as an abusive alcoholic, was institutionalized. The children were scattered through charity homes. Honora was placed in domestic service with the Topham family, adopting their surname and reinventing herself as Jane. This reinvention, scholars later noted, foreshadowed her lifelong pattern: adaptation without empathy, mimicry without connection. By the 1880s, she was training as a nurse at Cambridge Hospital in Massachusetts, part of a new generation of women entering professional medicine. Nursing then demanded discipline, obedience, and emotional control. Jane excelled. Colleagues described her as energetic, talkative, and unusually attentive to patients. She stayed late, volunteered for difficult cases, and remembered every name. Beneath that dedication, however, lay a fascination with life and death that went far beyond medical curiosity. At the time, nurses routinely prepared and administered medications, including powerful sedatives and stimulants. Doses were handwritten, often without oversight. Morphine and atropine, common in Victorian hospitals, were used for pain relief but could easily kill if misused. In this environment, a skilled nurse had extraordinary autonomy. Jane began experimenting with drug combinations, initially to study their effects, then for reasons that no textbook could explain. When she moved to Massachusetts General Hospital, small irregularities followed her. Patients recovering well who suddenly relapsed, medical charts altered after incidents, and a pattern of deaths on her shifts. Supervisors found her cheerful, even charming, and dismissed concerns as coincidence. Eventually she was dismissed, not for murder, but for carelessness in record-keeping. That bureaucratic euphemism allowed her to continue working as a private nurse for wealthy families. Between 1885 and 1901, Jane Topham traveled through New England as a respected caregiver. Clients praised her warmth. Newspapers later called it her mask of mercy. When elderly or ill employers died, suspicion was minimal. Death was common in that era, and doctors rarely performed autopsies without clear evidence of foul play. What drew attention was not a single crime, but an accumulation of oddities: sudden illnesses among families she served, missing personal belongings, and contradictory medical notes. The chain of evidence began to tighten in 1901 after the unexpected death of Alden Davis of Catumet, Massachusetts, and several of his relatives, all of whom had recently employed Topham. Surviving family members demanded investigation. Autopsies revealed traces of morphine and atropine. The state chemist confirmed poisoning, and Jane was arrested in October 1901. Her confession, when it came, stunned even seasoned detectives. She admitted to dozens of killings, describing them in clinical terms as experiments intended to watch life fade and to test drug interactions. Some accounts suggested she enjoyed observing near-death and resuscitation, deriving a sense of control from deciding who lived and who did not. Although her exact number of victims remains uncertain, contemporary prosecutors listed at least 31. Newspapers dubbed her Jolly Jane for her incongruous humor and composure during questioning. The trial of 1902 was as much a medical inquiry as a legal one. American psychiatry was in its infancy. The concept of a female serial killer seemed almost impossible. Reporters oscillated between horror and fascination, describing her as matronly, clever, and void of conscience. Doctors debated whether she was insane or simply evil. The defense argued insanity, citing her detached reasoning and lack of remorse. The jury agreed, and she was committed indefinitely to the Taunton Insane Hospital rather than sentenced to death. Psychiatrists who examined her recorded an unusual combination of traits: high intelligence, narcissism, and a complete absence of guilt. She spoke of her victims as cases, maintaining scientific detachment even when recalling personal acquaintances. Modern analysts might classify her within the spectrum of psychopathy, superficial charm, manipulative behavior, and emotional coldness. Yet, what most disturbed observers was her cheerfulness. She joked with attendants, helped nurses with chores, and referred to herself as the most successful nurse who ever lived. Forensic medicine also evolved because of her case. Toxicology gained credibility as an investigative tool, leading Massachusetts to expand chemical testing laboratories. Hospitals instituted stricter medication logs and required countersignatures for narcotics, early steps toward the controlled substance regulations in use today. Her crimes inadvertently accelerated the professionalization of nursing. Jane Topham spent the rest of her life confined, dying in 1938 at the age of 84. In her final years, she was quiet and cooperative, reading newspapers and helping staff. One attendant later recalled her saying, "I could kill again if they let me." Whether it was boast or truth hardly mattered. It captured the contradiction she embodied, gentle demeanor masking total detachment from empathy. Historians now treat her not as a monster of folklore, but as a complex figure at the crossroads of gender, profession, and emerging psychiatry. She exploited the cultural assumption that nurses were angels of mercy, using it as cover. Her crimes forced society to recognize that compassion without accountability is dangerous, and that trust in authority must be balanced by oversight. Criminologists studying female offenders often cite Topham as a prototype of the power control killer, motivated less by greed or vengeance than by the psychological thrill of absolute authority. Her ability to simulate caring behavior remains a textbook example of social camouflage. Students of nursing ethics still discuss her in lectures, not to sensationalize but to underscore why medicine requires transparency, peer review, and emotional self-monitoring. In a broader sense, the story of Jane Topham reminds the world that progress in ethics often follows tragedy. Each new rule for medication storage, each requirement for multiple signatures on a prescription, each audit of hospital mortality rates. These are in part safeguards written in response to people like her. She stands as a historical warning about what can happen when intelligence and empathy part ways. A century later, her name lingers in both criminology and nursing textbooks, not as a ghost story, but as evidence that trust, the lifeblood of medicine, can become its greatest vulnerability when left unchecked. Jane Topham's life is not remembered for the deaths she caused, but for the uncomfortable question she left behind. How do we ensure that the hands meant to heal can never again become instruments of harm? Mexico City in the 1990s and early 2000s was a metropolis of contrasts, glittering shopping centers beside crowded barrios, ancient cathedrals shadowed by freeways. Amid the swirl of traffic and markets lived Juana Barraza, a woman who seemed ordinary to the neighbors who called her La Doña Juana. She sold popcorn at wrestling events, minded her children, and occasionally performed in amateur lucha libre, the flamboyant Mexican wrestling style that turns strength into theater. In the ring she wore a mask and the stage name La Dama del Silencio, the Lady of Silence. Outside it, police would later discover she was silently stalking elderly women across the capital. Barraza was born in 1957 in rural Hidalgo state. Her early life was marked by poverty and abuse. Her mother, an alcoholic, reportedly traded her to a man for a few beers when Juana was still a child. That trauma, psychologists later noted, produced lifelong resentment toward older women. Seeking control over a world that had humiliated her, she found refuge in wrestling. Lucha Libre offered a mythic script of revenge and justice. The hero masked, the villain punished. She loved the physical training, the applause, the discipline of showmanship. It was, as she once told reporters, the only place I felt powerful. By the mid-1990s, Barraza's wrestling career was fading. She raised children alone, struggling to pay rent. At the same time, a pattern of murders began to haunt Mexico City. Elderly women found strangled in their homes, usually robbed of small valuables. At first, police assumed the killer was a man disguising himself as a nurse or social worker, because witnesses described someone of broad build, wearing neat clothing and carrying identification badges. Investigators dubbed the suspect El Mataviejitas, the old lady killer, and offered rewards for information. Years later, the nickname would have to change from El to La. Between 1998 and 2006, dozens of victims were discovered, many in similar circumstances. Doors opened without struggle, suggesting the women trusted their visitor. The city lived in fear. The crimes challenged gender stereotypes deeply rooted in Mexican culture. The idea that a woman could be capable of serial homicide seemed implausible to many officials. Some even dismissed early evidence pointing toward a female suspect, losing valuable time. Barraza's downfall came almost by accident. In January 2006, a witness saw a stocky woman leaving the scene of a strangulation. Police apprehended her minutes later carrying a stethoscope, pension forms, and keys from another victim. Fingerprints linked her to multiple unsolved cases. When confronted, she remained calm, admitting to several killings but denying others. Her statement was chillingly pragmatic. They had money. They insulted me. I lost control. The trial that followed captivated Mexico. The defendant was not a shadowy monster, but a 48-year-old mother of four, short, muscular, with dyed hair and a wrestler's posture. She insisted that she targeted only women who reminded her of her abusive mother. Prosecutors argued she had robbed and killed for financial gain and gratification of power. In 2008, she received a sentence of 759 years in prison for 16 confirmed murders and aggravated robbery, one of the longest ever imposed in Latin America, symbolic rather than literal, since Mexican law caps actual confinement at 60 years. Criminologists analyzing the case emphasize that Barraza's motives blended psychology and circumstance. Unlike many female serial offenders who act through proxies or poison, she killed directly, relying on physical strength. Her method reflected her wrestling training: control holds, pressure, precision. Experts coined the term gender role transgression to describe how she used traits society coded as masculine, aggression, dominance, to reclaim a sense of identity denied to her since childhood. In interviews, she described feelings of rage followed by relief, not pleasure, revealing a cycle familiar in trauma-related violence. Forensic investigators, meanwhile, turned her case into a turning point in Mexican law enforcement. Before her arrest, data on serial crime in the country were fragmented. Local precincts seldom shared information. Afterward, the government created centralized databases for unsolved homicides and began training detectives in behavioral profiling. Universities introduced criminology programs that treated serial offending as a subject of scientific study rather than urban legend. In this sense, the Lady of Silence forced a system to find its voice. Inside prison, Juana Barraza has become a paradoxical figure. polite, cooperative, occasionally smiling for journalists. She runs exercise sessions for other inmates and teaches basic wrestling techniques, insisting that sport still defines her more than crime. Guards describe her as disciplined and withdrawn, spending hours crafting paper masks like the one she once wore in the ring. She has expressed partial remorse, saying she regrets the pain she caused, but not the anger that drove her. Psychiatrists read that ambiguity as evidence of compartmentalization, the ability to separate identity from action. Cultural commentators in Mexico interpret her story through the lens of social inequality. The elderly victims represented a generation shaped by rigid morality, the killer, a product of neglect and poverty. Their collision exposed class and gender tensions often ignored in public discourse. The sensational headlines about a female monster gradually gave way to documentaries exploring systemic issues, violence against women, failures of child protection, and the stigmatization of mental illness. In this way, the narrative shifted from spectacle to diagnosis of a society's wounds. Walking today through Mexico City, few residents remember the exact number of her confirmed victims, but nearly everyone recalls her alias. The phrase "mata viejitas" entered popular vocabulary as shorthand for hidden danger, a reminder that evil ignores categories like gender or occupation. The wrestling community still struggles with the irony. One of their own, once cheered as a heroine in sequins and a cape, became a symbol of betrayal. Yet some former colleagues, while condemning her actions, point out that wrestling itself taught discipline and respect, qualities she abandoned only outside the ring. Juana Barraza's life offers criminology more than a tally of crimes. It illustrates how identity can fracture between performance and reality, how personal trauma can mutate into aggression, and how stereotypes can blind justice until it is too late. Her case stands at the intersection of gender studies, sociology, and forensic psychology. Each lecture or textbook that analyzes her story contributes to understanding the mechanisms of violence, not its mythology. She remains imprisoned in the state of Mexico's women's facility, likely for life. Her health has declined, but her legend endures, a mirror reflecting society's contradictions: poverty amid spectacle, fame alongside neglect, strength warped by suffering. The Lady of Silence speaks now only through history books and cautionary seminars, teaching future generations that the face of danger is never confined to one role, one gender, or one mask. In late 1980s Florida, when the sun-baked highways were lined with motels, truck stops, and restless travelers, few people paid attention to the solitary figure hitchhiking with a denim jacket and cigarette in hand. Her name was Aileen Carol Wuornos, and she would become one of the most studied and polarizing figures in American criminal history. To some, she was a predator who murdered without mercy. To others, a victim of a life that had offered nothing but exploitation. Her story sits uncomfortably at the junction of violence, gender, and desperation, where trauma turns to rage and survival becomes indistinguishable from vengeance. Born in 1956 in Rochester, Michigan, Wuornos's childhood was defined by abandonment and instability. Her father was imprisoned for violent crimes and later died by suicide. Her mother left when Aileen was a baby. She and her brother grew up with their grandparents, whose household was strict and allegedly abusive. By her early teens, she was pregnant after an assault, expelled from school, and living on the streets. The state declared her a ward of the court, but social services of the era had few resources for runaway girls. Hitchhiking became her way of surviving, prostitution a grim necessity. She learned early that violence could arrive at any moment, and that charm and anger were equally useful shields. For nearly 2 decades, she drifted through the southern United States, living in cheap motels and roadside camps. Arrests for theft, fraud, and solicitation punctuated her record. Yet beneath the chaos lay intelligence and wit. She read newspapers, kept journals, and wrote letters full of sharp humor. In 1986, she met Tyria Moore, a hotel maid, and the two formed a relationship that became the closest thing to stability Aileen ever knew. They lived together, sharing motel rooms and small earnings. By all accounts, Wuornos adored her partner and became possessive, determined to provide for them both. That determination, prosecutors later argued, pushed her over the edge into lethal violence. Between late 1989 and 1990, 7 men were found shot along Florida highways. Each was a middle-aged motorist. Each had been last seen offering a ride to a woman matching Aileen's description. Her fingerprints, left on abandoned vehicles, tied her to the scenes. Police launched one of the state's largest manhunts, eventually arresting her at a biker bar in Daytona Beach in January 1991. When confronted with evidence, she initially claimed self-defense, saying the men had tried to assault her during transactions. Later, she alternated between confession and defiance, admitting to the killings but insisting they were justified reactions to male violence. The media seized on the case with frenzy. A female serial killer was a rarity, and Wuornos's rough demeanor, coarse language, quick temper, volatile mood contradicted every stereotype of femininity. Tabloids painted her as a monster, while others portrayed her as a symbol of abused women fighting back. The truth, as criminologists would later argue, contained elements of both. Her crimes were deliberate and repeated, yet rooted in a lifetime of neglect and trauma. She fit the profile of what psychologists call a mission-oriented killer, someone who rationalizes murder as a form of retribution against a group perceived as dangerous or corrupt. In her worldview, the men she encountered were stand-ins for every betrayal she had endured. The 1992 trial in Daytona was as much theater as law. Prosecutors presented ballistics evidence linking her gun to the murders, as well as testimony from her former partner Tyria Moore, who cooperated in exchange for immunity. The defense argued that Wuornos acted in self-defense during assaults by violent clients. Her outbursts in court, alternating between rage and despair, reinforced her image as unstable. The jury took less than 2 hours to convict her of first-degree murder. Over the next year, she received 6 additional death sentences for the remaining cases. In 2002, after a decade on death row, she dropped her appeals and requested execution, telling the court she wanted to get off this planet. She was executed by lethal injection in October that year. To this day, Wuornos remains one of the most analyzed offenders in modern criminology. Psychologists examining her case have identified layers of pathology: antisocial traits, borderline personality disorder, post-traumatic stress, and severe attachment dysfunction. Yet none of these diagnoses fully explains her transformation from victim to predator. Scholars argue that she represents an extreme product of social neglect, a person who experienced every form of abandonment imaginable and finally turned predation into a form of control. Feminist theorists, meanwhile, debate whether labeling her simply evil ignores the gendered violence that shaped her life. In that sense, Wuornos became less a person than a prism through which society viewed its own contradictions. Her legacy in popular culture has been equally conflicted. Documentaries such as Aileen, Life and Death of a Serial Killer and the Oscar-winning film Monster presented her both as tragic and terrifying. These portrayals humanized her without excusing her, showing the cumulative damage of trauma. Yet each retelling also risks turning suffering into spectacle, something she herself sensed, railing against reporters who, she said, wanted a freak show. Her interviews reveal flashes of insight. She spoke about feeling hunted, misunderstood, and spiritually empty, alternating between repentance and defiance. To the end, she insisted she had fought back against men who intended harm. Whether that claim held any truth remains debated, but it shows how completely she framed her identity around survival and resistance. For criminologists, the Wuornos case challenged the standard typologies of female killers. Most women who kill do so in domestic contexts or as caregivers. She targeted strangers, used a firearm, and sought mobility. Her methods resembled male predatory killers more than traditional female patterns. This made her invaluable for psychological study, but also difficult to categorize. She was both an outlier and a mirror, reflecting how prolonged trauma can distort moral reasoning until violence feels inevitable. In the years since her death, researchers have mined court records, psychiatric reports, and her personal writings. They found intelligence buried beneath volatility, humor beside hatred. Her life story now serves as a case study in criminal justice courses, examining the intersection of poverty, abuse, and mental illness. It also prompted discussions about the ethics of media coverage in sensational trials. Florida revised certain investigative protocols after revelations that multiple agencies had failed to coordinate early warnings connecting the murders. The tragedy of Aileen Wuornos is that her life reads like a feedback loop, neglect leading to violence, violence reinforcing neglect. Each decision, from the streets of Michigan to the highways of Florida, narrowed her sense of choice until murder appeared to her as both justice and survival. The state ended her life, but the social machinery that produced her remains largely unchanged. Every criminology student who studies her case confronts that uncomfortable truth, that monsters are rarely born whole. They are built piece by piece, out of pain and opportunity. Today, her name lingers not merely in crime archives, but in debates about empathy, accountability, and the thin border between victimhood and agency. Aileen Wuornos will forever stand as a warning of what happens when society fails to see its invisible citizens until they fight back in the worst possible way, by becoming what they most feared. In the heart of old Sacramento, California, nestled among Victorian houses with tidy porches, stood a pale blue boarding house that looked like a relic of gentler times. Its owner, a grandmotherly woman with silver hair and oversized glasses, was known for her kindness to the homeless, the elderly, and those down on their luck. Her name was Dorothea Puente, and by the late 1980s, she was celebrated in her neighborhood as a benevolent landlady who offered low-cost rooms and hot meals. Behind the lace curtains, however, the charity was a facade. Over the course of several years, Puente used her boarding house not as a refuge, but as a cover for a quiet, methodical scheme that turned human lives into pension checks. Puente's story begins decades earlier. Born in 1929 in California to migrant farm workers, she experienced poverty, neglect, and instability from the start. Both parents died before she was 10. Shuffled between relatives and orphanages, she learned to rely on manipulation as a survival skill. By adulthood, she had cultivated an image of elegance and competence, changing her name several times while moving through marriages, arrests, and stints in prison for forgery and fraud. Each reinvention polished the same talent, making others see what she wanted them to see. By the early 1980s, Puente settled in Sacramento and opened a boarding house for elderly and disabled tenants. It was an era when public mental health funding had been cut drastically, and many people with psychiatric conditions or substance use disorders were left without supervision. Social workers were grateful to find anyone willing to take them in. Dorothea presented herself as the perfect solution: compassionate, reliable, grandmotherly. Her tenants called her Mom. Caseworkers described her home as tidy and cheerful. They could not see what was buried beneath its garden. Neighbors began noticing strange details: a sweet smell that hung in the air, late-night digging in the backyard, and tenants who vanished suddenly with explanations that never quite fit. Dorothea always had an answer. Someone had found family elsewhere, or gone to a clinic, or simply left town. The rent was always paid on time because she continued to collect their benefit checks. Her deception thrived on bureaucracy. As long as forms were signed and checks cashed, the system asked no questions. In 1988, police received a report from a social worker searching for a missing client who had lived at Puente's house. Detectives visited 1426 F Street, expecting a routine welfare check. Dorothea greeted them politely, offering coffee. The officers noticed freshly turned soil in the yard. When they asked permission to dig, she agreed, with nervous chatter about gardening. What they unearthed stunned the city: human remains wrapped in sheets. Over several days, investigators exhumed 7 bodies, later identifying additional victims linked to her financial accounts. Puente was charged with multiple counts of murder and theft. During questioning, she remained calm, insisting she had merely cared for the elderly who died of natural causes. The evidence, however, told another story. Toxicology reports revealed lethal levels of sedatives in the victims' systems. Her method was clinical: drug them, suffocate them, forge their signatures, and continue withdrawing their benefits. Each death sustained her illusion of prosperity a little longer. Her trial in 1992 became national news, a macabre collision of nurturing imagery and financial predation. The prosecution depicted her as a calculating sociopath who exploited society's most vulnerable for profit. The defense countered that she was a misguided caregiver, overwhelmed by responsibility, perhaps guilty of theft, but not murder. The jury convicted her of 3 counts. Insufficient physical evidence prevented convictions in several others, and she received 2 life sentences without parole. Psychologists analyzing Puente's behavior noted traits consistent with narcissistic and antisocial personality disorders. She displayed superficial charm, lack of empathy, and an obsession with appearances. Her crimes reflected what criminologists call instrumental homicide, killings committed to achieve practical goals such as financial gain rather than emotional release. Yet interviews with detectives suggest she also relished control, the sense of mastery over lives entrusted to her. She manipulated not through violence but through trust, turning caretaking into camouflage. The Puente case had lasting effects on American social policy. It exposed the vulnerability of mentally ill and elderly people released from institutions into unregulated board and care homes. In its aftermath, California tightened licensing standards, introduced background checks for care home operators, and required routine welfare visits by caseworkers. Those reforms saved countless lives. Her crimes thus reshaped the very system she exploited. In prison, Dorothea Puente maintained her grandmotherly demeanor. She gardened, cooked for fellow inmates, and corresponded with journalists, always presenting herself as misunderstood. She died in 2011 at the age of 82, never admitting guilt. Even in death, she remained enigmatic, half philanthropist, half predator. Her story fascinates criminologists because it collapses the boundary between kindness and cruelty. Unlike impulsive killers, Puente relied on patience, paperwork, and politeness. She demonstrated how evil can function within bureaucracy, thriving where oversight is weak and appearances are valued over verification. Her victims were not random targets, but people rendered invisible by poverty, age, and illness, the ones society forgets first. She knew no one would come looking quickly. Today, the house on F Street still stands, restored and privately owned. Tourists sometimes stop to photograph its ornate iron fence, unaware that the tidy garden once concealed graves. To residents of Sacramento, it is a symbol less of horror than of vigilance. A reminder that institutions fail when compassion is assumed rather than ensured. The Puente case continues to appear in criminal justice courses as a study in white-collar homicide, deception, and the ethics of caregiving. Dorothea Puente's legacy endures precisely because she looked harmless. She embodied society's expectation of maternal gentleness and used it to disarm suspicion. Her crimes teach investigators and social workers that evil often speaks softly, writes neatly, and smiles warmly. The lesson left behind, that quiet blue house, is one every generation must relearn. The true care is measured not by image, but by accountability. In mid-20th century America, the ideal image of womanhood was domestic perfection, neat dresses, home-cooked dinners, a loving smile at the door. Few people embodied that image more convincingly than Nanny Doss, a round-faced Oklahoma grandmother whose laughter seemed to fill every room. She baked pies, clipped romance stories from magazines, and doted on her grandchildren. Yet behind that cheerful exterior lay one of the most prolific poisoners in American history, a woman who treated marriage not as companionship, but as opportunity. Newspapers would eventually call her the Giggling Granny, a nickname that captured the grotesque contrast between demeanor and deed. Nanny was born in 1905 on a poor farm in Blue Mountain, Alabama, one of 5 children. Her father was strict and abusive, her mother submissive and exhausted. Childhood offered little affection. A train accident at age 7 left her with a head injury that doctors later speculated might have affected impulse control. She left school early, spending long evenings devouring romantic fiction. Those stories, tales of faithful husbands, eternal love, and domestic bliss, formed the fantasy world she carried into adulthood. Reality, however, was far harsher. Each time marriage disappointed her, she rewrote the story in her own deadly way. At 16, she married her first husband, a factory worker named Charlie Braggs. 4 children followed quickly, along with poverty and suspicion. Doss claimed he drank and cheated. He claimed she was moody and unbalanced. 2 of their children died suddenly under vague circumstances, which relatives attributed to food poisoning. No one imagined deliberate harm. Nanny was always smiling, always attentive. After Braggs fled with their eldest daughter, she began corresponding with men through Lonely Hearts columns, a popular pre-internet matchmaking system. It became her hunting ground. Over the next 3 decades, Doss cycled through marriages the way others changed jobs. Each new husband came with insurance policies, property, or savings. Each soon developed mysterious stomach ailments that ended in death. In every town she moved to, she played the part of the grieving widow perfectly, tearful yet dignified, baking casseroles for neighbors, clipping sympathy notes for her scrapbook. When police later traced her path, they discovered a trail of funerals spanning 4 states. The causes of death were never questioned because the attending physicians accepted her explanations: food gone bad, flu, exhaustion. In an era before routine autopsies, charm was stronger than evidence. Her methods were simple and domestic: household poison, prepared tea or pies laced with arsenic. She preferred gentleness, no mess, no noise. Criminologists would later call her crimes intimate homicides, killings committed within the circle of trust, exploiting the rituals of care. She poisoned not out of sudden rage, but methodical calculation. After each death, she collected insurance payouts and moved on, searching for the next true love. She kept reading romance magazines, underlining sentimental passages and writing hopeful letters to new suitors. For her, the pattern felt like renewal, a way to start over while remaining the heroine of her own melodrama. By the early 1950s, her luck began to turn. Her fifth husband, Samuel Doss of Oklahoma, was a church-going man who genuinely cared for her. He encouraged her reading, but disliked her obsession with pulp romances. Within months of their wedding, he was hospitalized with a severe digestive illness, recovered, then suddenly died again after returning home. Suspicious doctors ordered an autopsy and found arsenic in his system. When police questioned Nanny, she responded with her trademark giggle, half nervous, half mocking. It became her signature throughout the investigation. She confessed to killing not only Samuel, but also several previous husbands, her mother, her sister, and a grandson. The number of victims likely exceeded a dozen. Her 1955 trial was swift and sensational. Reporters crowded the courtroom, fascinated by the grandmotherly defendant who smiled and knitted while hearing evidence of serial murder. When asked why she killed, she said she was searching for the perfect mate and wanted to be free when one disappointed her. The prosecution sought the death penalty, but the court sentenced her to life imprisonment due to her age and gender, an implicit recognition of the era's reluctance to execute women. She served at the Oklahoma State Penitentiary until her death in 1965. Prison guards described her as cheerful, polite, and constantly laughing with other inmates. To the end, she refused to see herself as evil. "Men are such trouble," she once said. "I just couldn't take it anymore." Psychologists later examined her behavior through the lens of personality disorders and gender dynamics. Unlike impulsive killers, Nanny Doss showed planning, patience, and a need for control. Her motivation combined resentment toward male authority with the fantasy of romantic perfection. Scholars have linked her pathology to narcissistic and histrionic traits, a craving for admiration coupled with emotional shallowness. The constant giggling that unnerved reporters may have been a coping mechanism, an attempt to mask anxiety or guilt with forced cheer. Whatever its origin, it turned her into an unforgettable figure, a woman who weaponized domesticity itself. The Doss case profoundly influenced forensic toxicology and the cultural perception of female criminals. It reminded investigators that poison, the so-called woman's weapon, left detectable traces when properly tested. Laboratories across the United States began standardizing chemical analysis of suspicious deaths, particularly in domestic settings. It also challenged the romanticized image of the nurturing homemaker, proving that empathy and appearance could be deceptive. For sociologists, she became a symbol of post-war disillusionment, the shadow side of the American dream, where the pressure to appear happy can drive madness underground. Even today, the story of Nanny Doss endures in criminology courses as a textbook example of organized serial offending hidden within the family sphere. Her cheerful persona forced police to rethink behavioral profiling. Not all serial killers, they learned, are reclusive or visibly disturbed. Some bake pies, read love stories, and laugh their way through funerals. The giggling granny remains a haunting reminder that evil often hides behind warmth and familiarity. When students of forensic psychology study her letters, they find a strange innocence in her phrasing, childlike, romantic, almost naive. Yet each line sits beside cold arithmetic. One more husband, one more payout, one more promise broken. She turned affection into opportunity, love into leverage. Her laughter, once seen as charm, became the echo of something hollow. In the end, Nanny Doss's life is less about death than about deception, the performance of goodness so convincing that entire communities applauded it. Her story cautions that evil need not snarl or shout. Sometimes it smiles, bakes cookies, and giggles softly while the poison takes effect. At the turn of the 20th century, in the rural town of LaPorte, Indiana, a broad-shouldered woman in a long skirt and apron was considered a model of immigrant perseverance. Her name was Belle Gunness, a Norwegian-born widow who had built a small farm, raised children, and seemed to embody the American dream. Neighbors described her as hard-working, practical, and fiercely independent, a woman who butchered her own livestock and never needed help from any man. Yet beneath that sturdy frontier image lay one of the most chilling financial crime sprees in U.S. history. Over several years, Belle turned her farm into a place where hopeful bachelors arrived in search of love and never left again. Born Brynhild Paulsdatter Sturseth in 1859, she grew up poor in Selbu, Norway. Like many immigrants of her generation, she sought opportunity in America, arriving in Chicago in the 1880s. There she found work as a domestic servant, saved money, and changed her name to Belle Gunness, an Americanized identity she wore like armor. She married a fellow Norwegian, Mads Sorensen, and together they ran a confectionery shop. Business faltered, and fires destroyed both the shop and their home. Insurance money covered the losses. When Mads died suddenly in 1900, doctors blamed heart failure. 2 life insurance policies overlapped by a single day, and Belle collected the payout without suspicion. She used the funds to buy a farm in LaPorte, beginning the next chapter of her reinvention. The farmhouse was large, with barns, orchards, and plenty of land. Belle adopted children and employed farmhands, projecting the image of a generous widow. Yet she soon began placing advertisements in Scandinavian newspapers seeking a husband. Widow who owns a large farm in the country, desires to make the acquaintance of a gentleman equally well-to-do. With view to joining fortunes, dozens of men responded. Suitors arrived from as far as Wisconsin and the Dakotas, carrying savings to invest in the farm and the promise of marriage. Belle greeted them warmly, wrote affectionate letters, and asked each to bring cash so she could keep it safe. After a few days, neighbors would notice the visitor had vanished. Belle explained they had returned home or gone west on business. None were ever seen again. Between 1902 and 1908, the pattern repeated. Deliveries of large wooden trunks arrived regularly. Farmhands were dismissed abruptly after asking questions. When one suitor's brother began investigating, he discovered that Belle had corresponded with dozens of men through the same matrimonial ads. Authorities grew suspicious, but lacked evidence. Belle remained untouchable, polite, respected, a benefactor to local charities. Everything changed in April 1908 when her farmhouse burned to the ground. Inside the ashes, investigators found the bodies of her 3 children and the decapitated corpse of an adult woman thought to be Belle herself. The town reeled, believing she had died tragically with her family. But the story deepened when a former farmhand, Ray Lamphere, was arrested for arson. Under questioning, he claimed Bell had staged her death after years of murdering men for money. Digging in the farmyard confirmed his tale. Searchers uncovered pit after pit filled with human remains, torsos, bones, watches, and rings. The count eventually exceeded a dozen victims, possibly more than 30. The press dubbed the property the Murder Farm, and Belle Gunness the Lady Bluebeard of Laporte. The headless body in the ruins became the centre of debate. It was smaller than Belle and bore different dental features. Witnesses reported seeing her alive after the fire, boarding a train under an alias. Rumors spread that she had fled west, possibly to California. Despite decades of alleged sightings, her fate remains unconfirmed. The woman who outsmarted dozens of men may have outsmarted death itself. Criminologists studying her case emphasize its mix of practicality and psychopathy. Belle's motive was financial, yet her methods showed cold experimentation. She exploited early 20th century courtship culture, using personal ads to turn intimacy into commerce. In a world without background checks or instant communication, trust traveled by letter. She understood loneliness as currency and used affection as bait. Her physical strength and business acumen let her maintain control. She managed laborers, livestock, and suitors with equal authority. Unlike impulsive killers, she planned meticulously, keeping ledgers, forging receipts, and burying victims in lime pits to speed decomposition. For psychology scholars, Gunness illustrates the instrumental female killer, one who kills for tangible benefit rather than emotion. She exhibited traits of narcissism and antisocial personality disorder, grandiosity, lack of empathy, and manipulation. Yet gender expectations shielded her. Early investigators dismissed suspicions precisely because she seemed maternal. The idea that a woman could systematically lure, rob, and kill men contradicted Victorian ideals of femininity. Her crimes forced a re-evaluation of those biases within law enforcement, contributing to later studies on gendered assumptions in criminal profiling. The Gunness case also transformed forensic investigation in rural America. The extensive excavation at her farm became one of the first large-scale crime scene digs in U.S. history. Photographs, bone cataloguing, and evidence labeling developed during that search later informed standard police practice. The concept of preserving stratigraphic layers, recording the position of each find, came from archaeologists assisting local deputies. In this way, her crimes inadvertently advanced forensic methodology. For the public, the mystery of Belle Gunness became folklore. Songs, pamphlets, and sensational newspaper sketches portrayed her as both witch and feminist avenger, a woman who punished greedy men. Modern historians reject the romanticism, emphasizing that her victims were ordinary workers seeking companionship. Yet the fascination persists because her story blends fear of deceit with fascination for reinvention. The immigrant who built her own kingdom through murder, the widow who may have vanished into anonymity. Each generation retells it differently, sometimes as horror, sometimes as myth of female autonomy gone wrong. If Belle Gunness did escape, she would have been nearly 50, capable and resourceful, fluent in deception. No conclusive evidence ever surfaced to prove her death. The mystery remains a case study in identity fraud before digital records, a reminder that in an age of handwritten letters and cash transactions, a person could simply disappear and begin anew. Her legacy endures less for the killings than for what they revealed about human vulnerability. Loneliness, greed, and trust, the same forces that drive people to love, can also lead them into danger. Each victim arrived at her door seeking comfort, not realizing that the smiling widow had turned affection into arithmetic. The story of Belle Gunness stands today in criminology textbooks as both cautionary tale and forensic milestone, a reminder that behind every perfect facade may lie the quiet machinery of manipulation. Mary Ann Cotton's life unfolded in a time when Britain's Industrial Revolution was transforming everything, from city skylines to moral expectations. She was born in 1832 in a coal mining village in County Durham, a world of soot-stained cottages, long shifts underground, and constant financial struggle. Life expectancy was short, and sickness common. Against this grim backdrop, Cotton's story would become both a reflection of her age and a case study in how early forensic science learned to recognize hidden crimes. She would later be called Britain's first female serial killer, but to her neighbours she was simply a young widow trying to survive. Her early years were typical of the working class in the north of England. Her father, a miner, died in an accident when she was a child, leaving the family in poverty. Mary Ann entered domestic service, where she learned both discipline and deception. Those skills, managing households, preparing meals, handling money, placed her in a position of trust that would later define her criminal career. She married at 20, like many women of her era, and quickly became a mother. The rhythm of childbirth, illness, and death was familiar in a century when medicine was still rudimentary. Children died easily, and grief was almost routine. In this environment, death drew little suspicion, especially when explained by disease. Between the 1850s and early 1870s, Mary Ann moved through several marriages and towns, each accompanied by the same pattern: new husbands, new children, insurance policies, and untimely deaths. She worked as a seamstress, nurse, or housekeeper, always projecting gentleness and respectability. Yet wherever she lived, tragedy followed. In each case, she collected modest life insurance payouts or inheritance money, enough to move on, but never enough to appear greedy. Her crimes, when viewed through modern criminology, fit the category of instrumental homicide, killings for financial stability, not thrill or revenge. But in her time, they went unnoticed because domestic mortality was high and women's caregiving roles insulated them from suspicion. The substance she used, arsenic, was omnipresent in Victorian homes. It appeared in rat poison, candles, wallpaper dye, and cosmetics. Because it was easy to obtain and its symptoms resembled common illnesses such as gastroenteritis, arsenic became the poison of choice in 19th century England. The law had few tools to detect it. That vulnerability allowed a person like Mary Ann to operate for years in plain sight. Forensic toxicology was only beginning to emerge, with scientists like James Marsh developing chemical tests for arsenic. However, those tests were rarely ordered unless someone voiced suspicion, and few dared accuse a grieving widow. Mary Ann's downfall came not through confession, but through bureaucracy. By the early 1870s, she had buried 4 husbands, several children, and a lover. When yet another man she courted fell ill under her care, local authorities finally noticed the pattern. A coroner's inquest and chemical analysis revealed arsenic in the victim's body. Police reopened earlier cases, finding consistent evidence. Her arrest in 1872 made national headlines. The idea of a woman methodically killing family members for profit unsettled Victorian gender ideals. Newspapers described her as refined, tidy, and well-spoken, struggling to reconcile those traits with the accusations. Her 1873 trial in Durham became a watershed for forensic science and public morality alike. The prosecution relied heavily on chemical testing, one of the earliest instances in Britain where toxicology secured a murder conviction. Expert witnesses explained how arsenic accumulated in tissues, teaching the public about science in real time. The proceedings also revealed the limits of Victorian welfare systems. Insurance policies could be purchased cheaply and without verification, incentivizing exploitation. After the case, reforms required proof of identity and medical certification before payouts, small steps toward modern consumer protection. Psychologically, scholars have since examined Mary Ann Cotton through multiple lenses. Some interpret her as a product of systemic poverty and patriarchal dependence. Each marriage was, in her eyes, an economic necessity. Others see psychopathy, the ability to manipulate, detach emotionally, and treat human life as a means to security. Her calm demeanor during trial, composed, articulate, even charming, suggested an absence of remorse, typical of high-functioning antisocial personalities. Yet, reducing her to pathology risks ignoring context. Victorian England offered few legal paths to independence for women. Marriage and motherhood were both livelihood and confinement. Within that narrow corridor, Cotton built her escape route, one death at a time. The Cotton case fascinated criminologists long after her execution. It provided data for early behavioral profiling, influencing studies of female instrumental homicide. Researchers noted that she targeted those closest to her and exploited caregiving roles, a pattern later echoed in 20th century angel of mercy offenders. Her case also underscored the role of social invisibility, the poor, the domestic worker, the mother, all figures least likely to be doubted. It wasn't until the mid-20th century that sociologists like Edwin Sutherland examined her file, identifying her as an early example of white-collar crime within the home, financially motivated deception masked as caretaking. The cultural legacy of Mary Ann Cotton extends beyond criminology. Her story became a folk ballad still sung in the northeast of England, its chorus a chilling nursery rhyme, evidence of how communities process horror through storytelling. Plays, novels, and documentaries have since revisited her life, often portraying her less as monster than mirror of Victorian hypocrisy. The same society that condemned her also created the conditions that enabled her: unrestricted access to poison, inadequate medical oversight, and economic systems that valued property over people. From a scientific standpoint, the investigation set precedents still relevant today. It demonstrated that chemical evidence could speak when witnesses could not, laying groundwork for modern forensic chemistry. It also exposed gender bias in criminal detection. The assumption that women were incapable of sustained deception delayed justice. Modern policing strategies, emphasizing pattern recognition and data correlation, are direct descendants of lessons learned from such failures. Mary Ann Cotton was executed by hanging in March 1873. Witnesses reported that she remained composed until the end, offering no confession. In death, she entered history not merely as a criminal, but as a catalyst. Her actions forced Britain to modernize toxicology, insurance regulation, and the way society thought about women and crime. Today, her name surfaces in criminology textbooks as the starting point for understanding female serial offenders. Not because she was the first, but because science finally had the tools to prove it. Her story endures as a reminder of the intersection between opportunity and oversight. Each advancement in forensic science can trace its ancestry to cases like hers, where invisible victims demanded a new kind of witness: the microscope, the chemical reagent, the disciplined investigator. Mary Ann Cotton's legacy, grim as it is, helped transform suspicion into science. In the early 20th century, before retirement homes were regulated and nursing standards codified, many elderly Americans spent their final years in private boarding houses that promised care and comfort. Among them, none was more respected in Windsor, Connecticut, than the Archer Home for the Elderly and Infirm, run by a polite, pious woman named Amy Archer Gilligan. Her house smelled of fresh bread and disinfectant, and her guests, called residents, not patients, were treated like family. Beneath that atmosphere of charity, however, operated a quiet enterprise of death that would later help shape the laws governing elder care in the United States. Amy Dugan was born in 1873 to a large Irish-American family in rural Connecticut. She trained as a nurse's aide in her teens and learned basic pharmacology: laudanum, morphine, arsenic, all common medicines in the late Victorian pharmacopoeia. In 1897, she married James Archer, a labourer, and together they opened their first boarding home in Newington. Their model was simple. Elderly clients paid a lump sum for lifelong care. When they died, the remaining funds stayed with the Archers. At the time, this arrangement seemed both practical and humane. It also created a financial incentive that blurred the line between care and profit. After James Archer's death in 1910, Amy married Michael Gilligan, a respected widower with savings. Within months he was dead as well, another apparent case of acute bilious attack, the era's euphemism for gastrointestinal failure. His will, conveniently written in Amy's favour, left her the means to expand. She moved to Windsor and opened the larger Archer Home. By 1913, it housed more than 40 residents and had a waiting list. Local clergy praised her generosity. Town officials inspected occasionally, but found nothing amiss. Deaths, though frequent, were explained by age. On paper, the home was a success story of compassion in a rapidly industrializing nation that often forgot its elderly. The first doubts surfaced when a local undertaker noticed the mortality rate at the Archer Home far exceeded that of similar facilities. In a span of a few years, nearly 24 residents had died, all certified as natural causes. Rumours circulated, yet Amy's reputation shielded her. She attended church regularly, donated to charities, and corresponded warmly with families of the deceased. She sent condolence letters filled with scripture and promises of heavenly rest, signing each one, "Your loving friend, Amy." What changed everything was a newspaper reporter. In 1916, the Hartford Courant received an anonymous letter alleging that residents at the Archer Home were being poisoned. Editor William A. Roberts assigned journalists to investigate. Their articles, titled "Murder Factory," electrified readers and prompted the state to act. Exhumations followed. Chemical analysis, by then refined through cases like Mary Ann Cotton's, revealed arsenic and strychnine in multiple bodies. Amy was arrested on May 23, 1916, charged with murder and fraud. The ensuing trial combined forensic innovation with moral drama. Prosecutors demonstrated that Amy purchased large quantities of poison from local pharmacies under the pretense of controlling rats. They produced forged wills naming her as beneficiary. The defense argued that elderly patients naturally died and that traces of arsenic might have come from medications or embalming fluid, a plausible confusion in early forensic work. But testimony from surviving residents undermined that claim. Several recalled bitter-tasting lemonade and suspiciously strong tonics administered only by Amy herself. When confronted, she maintained composure, insisting she was the victim of gossip. The jury disagreed, convicting her of second-degree murder. She was sentenced to life imprisonment. Psychologically, Amy Archer Gilligan fits the pattern later termed the caregiver serial offender, individuals who exploit positions of trust for financial or emotional gain. Criminologists classify her behavior as instrumental homicide, deliberate, goal-oriented, and rational. Unlike impulsive killers, she operated within bureaucratic systems using paperwork, receipts, and religious rhetoric as weapons of credibility. Her crimes exemplify what sociologists call institutional deviance, where unethical acts occur under the cover of legitimate work. The same nurturing image that opened doors also concealed opportunity for exploitation. Her case had far-reaching effects. Connecticut responded by drafting one of the nation's first sets of regulations for elder care facilities, including licensing requirements, financial audits, and health inspections. Nationally, journalists and reformers cited the Archer home in campaigns for broader social oversight. The public realized that charity alone could not guarantee safety. Structure and accountability were essential. Decades later, these reforms evolved into modern nursing home accreditation standards and state boards of health. From a forensic standpoint, the investigation advanced the credibility of chemical testing. The state chemist's testimony demonstrated how trace elements could prove homicide even without eyewitnesses, a principle that underpins toxicology today. The trial also highlighted the role of media in criminal justice. Without the Hartford Courant's coverage, authorities might never have investigated. This collaboration between journalism and law enforcement became a model for later exposés on institutional abuse. Psychiatrists who studied Amy in prison described a woman alternately pious and manipulative. She quoted scripture fluently, maintained impeccable manners, and denied wrongdoing to the end. Some doctors diagnosed narcissistic personality disorder, noting her need for admiration and her sense of moral superiority. She saw herself, they argued, as a merciful angel easing suffering rather than causing it. This cognitive dissonance, justifying harm as kindness, is a recurring theme in cases of caregiving homicide. It underscores the psychological danger of unchecked authority combined with moral self-righteousness. Amy Archer Gilligan's story also changed cultural perceptions of female criminality. Early 20th century society still viewed women primarily as caregivers. Her exposure shattered that assumption, proving that empathy can be simulated as easily as cruelty can be concealed. Literary scholars later cited her as inspiration for the dark comedy Arsenic and Old Lace, where sweet old aunts dispatch lonely men with poisoned wine. Yet behind the humor lay real unease. The realization that trust itself can be lethal when mixed with greed. After years in prison, Amy's mental health deteriorated. In 1924, she was declared insane and transferred to the Connecticut Hospital for the Insane, where she remained until her death in 1962. By then, she had outlived most of her contemporaries, a quiet footnote in institutional records. But her legacy endured in the law books and ethical codes that her crimes helped to shape. Today, criminologists examine the Archer Gilligan case not for its morbidity, but for its insights into systemic vulnerability. It demonstrates how a compassionate facade can mask exploitation, how economic structures can incentivize neglect, and how science and journalism together can expose truth. Each nursing home regulation that protects the elderly, each toxicology protocol that identifies hidden poisons, carries echoes of that modest boarding house in Windsor. Amy Archer Gilligan remains a symbol of duality. The caregiver turned predator, the pious benefactor who taught a nation that benevolence without oversight is merely opportunity. Her story closes the chapter on an era when personal trust was taken as proof of virtue and opens another where evidence, accountability, and transparency became the true guardians of the vulnerable. In 18th century Russia, a land defined by absolute hierarchy, the boundary between privilege and impunity was thin. Among the nobility who ruled their estates like miniature kingdoms stood Darya Nikolaevna Saltykova, a wealthy widow whose cruelty toward her household became one of the most notorious criminal cases in imperial history. Known to later generations as Saltychika, she embodied the danger of unchecked power in a system that treated serfs as property. Her case, investigated under Empress Catherine the Great, transformed public awareness of aristocratic abuse and marked a step, however limited, toward the rule of law. Darya was born in 1730 to an ancient noble family tied to the Russian court. Married young to Gleb Saltykov, she inherited vast estates and dozens of serfs after his death. By all external signs, she was a model aristocrat, pious, educated, and devoted to charity. She endowed churches, gave alms, and maintained meticulous household accounts. But within her private domain, witnesses later testified, she ruled through terror. Servants disappeared, farmhands fled, and neighboring landlords whispered rumors that the Countess's anger is death. Yet in an empire where peasants were legally bound to their owners, few dared speak. The social order itself became her weapon. The violence at the Saltykova estate might have remained hidden indefinitely, if not for a handful of desperate serfs who escaped and petitioned the authorities directly in Moscow. Such petitions were extraordinary. Serfs had almost no standing in law. That they risked punishment to report her suggests both the extremity of her behavior and the slow emergence of new ideas about justice. Their initial complaints were ignored. Noble privilege outweighed peasant testimony, but they persisted, filing multiple appeals until their case reached the personal attention of Catherine II. Catherine, newly on the throne after a coup in 1762, saw political advantage in addressing the scandal. She had promised enlightened reform and sought to portray herself as a modernizer constrained by Russia's feudal past. Investigating a noblewoman accused of atrocities offered a chance to demonstrate that even the elite were subject to imperial law. She ordered the Senate to begin formal proceedings and appointed a commission to gather evidence. Over the next 6 years, investigators interviewed hundreds of witnesses, exhumed graves, and examined estate records. The inquiry was meticulous, an early example of state forensics in Russia. The findings were staggering. Testimony and physical evidence linked Saltykova to the deaths of more than 100 serfs, mostly young women and girls. She punished trivial mistakes with beatings, starvation, and exposure, acting less from sadism than from an obsession with discipline and control. Psychologists studying the case centuries later described traits consistent with paranoid and narcissistic personality disorders, hypersensitivity to insult, emotional volatility, and a belief in personal infallibility. Within the insulated world of the Russian aristocracy, those traits metastasized unchecked. The estate system reinforced dehumanization. Cruelty could masquerade as management. Saltykova's trial in 1768 was unprecedented. The court confronted a dilemma. Executing a noblewoman risked political backlash, yet acquittal would discredit Catherine's reforms. After deliberation, judges declared her guilty of the verified murders of 38 serfs, a fraction of the total alleged, and sentenced her to life imprisonment. Before confinement, she was publicly displayed in Red Square for 1 hour with a placard reading, "This woman has tortured and murdered her dependents. The crowd, astonished to see a countess shamed alongside common criminals, signaled the arrival of a new, if fragile, concept of equality before law. Saltykova spent the remainder of her life in a convent prison cell in Moscow. Reports from church officials describe her as alternately penitent and defiant, sometimes reciting prayers, sometimes raging at guards. She died in 1801, more than 3 decades after her conviction. Her isolation became legend, a living ghost of the old order locked away while Russia modernized around her. Historians and criminologists continue to debate the meaning of her case. Some emphasize pathology, a mentally unstable woman whose personal trauma, widowhood, loneliness, religious zeal, curdled into psychosis. Others see her as a symptom of systemic rot. In a society built on absolute power, cruelty required no madness. It was an extension of privilege. From a criminological standpoint, her case demonstrates how situational opportunity amplifies latent aggression. Modern research into institutional abuse echoes this principle. When oversight disappears, ordinary people, or nobles, can rationalize extraordinary harm. The investigation of Saltykova also advanced administrative law in Russia. Catherine's commission standardized witness documentation, introduced cross-examination procedures, and began keeping centralized archives of complaints against nobility. These bureaucratic innovations, though limited in reach, laid foundations for later legal reforms of the 1770s and 1780s. In that sense, a woman whose crimes embodied feudal brutality inadvertently spurred the evolution of modern governance. Culturally, Saltykova became both warning and myth. Russian literature and folklore transformed her into a Gothic archetype, the cruel landlady, the mad noblewoman, the symbol of tyranny hidden behind ornate gates. Poets of the 19th century invoked her name as shorthand for corruption among the upper class. Soviet historians later recast her story as proof of the moral bankruptcy of aristocracy. In every retelling, she personified the dangers of absolute power, first personal, then political. From a psychological perspective, modern scholars approach Saltykova as an early example of institutional psychopathy, a condition where social systems insulate offenders from consequences until deviance becomes normalized. Her isolation within privilege allowed escalating cruelty without feedback or restraint. Studies of corporate and governmental ethics now use her as an extreme historical case of unchecked authority pathology, illustrating how accountability mechanisms protect not only victims but perpetrators from self-destruction. For gender historians, the Saltykova affair also complicates assumptions about women's roles in early modern violence. Contemporary commentators described her as unnatural, claiming female cruelty was evidence of demonic possession or madness. Yet the record shows calculation and consistency rather than insanity, a reminder that capacity for brutality is not gendered but structural. She used the tools available to her, religion, hierarchy, fear, much as male tyrants used armies. The enduring lesson of Daria Saltykova lies in the intersection of psychology, privilege, and reform. Her story demonstrates that evil often hides not in chaos but in order, in systems where obedience replaces conscience. The serfs who dared petition against her ignited one of Russia's first grassroots demands for justice, planting seeds that would eventually challenge autocracy itself. Catherine the Great, seizing that moment, turned punishment into performance, showing that the law could at least symbolically reach the powerful. Whether justice was truly served is debatable, but the precedent was set. Cruelty, once invisible, could be named and prosecuted. Today, historians visit the archive of her trial not for horror, but for evidence of transition. The documents, preserved in the Russian State Historical Museum, record depositions in meticulous handwriting, names, ages, dates, each a fragment of the voiceless finally acknowledged by the state. For criminology students, the case stands as an early model of investigative persistence and a warning about the psychology of absolute authority. The Countess Saltykova reminds every society that reform begins not with compassion alone, but with accountability strong enough to restrain power itself. In the aftermath of Italy's interwar years, a time marked by poverty, superstition, and the rising grip of fascism, one woman's story would intertwine personal tragedy, psychological instability, and folk belief so completely that it became one of Europe's most studied criminal cases. Leonarda Cianciulli, remembered as the soap maker of Correggio, remains both a symbol of delusion and a case study in how mental illness, superstition, and desperation can merge under social isolation to produce catastrophic results. Leonarda was born in 1893 in Montella, a small Italian town where folk remedies and omens shaped daily life. Her childhood was reportedly marred by instability and trauma, an abusive mother, repeated poverty, and social rejection. Early psychological assessments later described her as deeply superstitious, prone to anxiety, and haunted by a belief that she was cursed from birth. In the language of modern psychology, Leonarda displayed traits of obsessive-compulsive and paranoid personality disorders reinforced by a worldview rooted in magical thinking. She married a civil servant, Raffaele Pansardi, and moved frequently across southern Italy. Each relocation corresponded with a miscarriage or death of one of her many children, a cycle that devastated her mental state. Out of 17 pregnancies, only 4 children survived into adulthood. These tragedies, combined with the social upheavals of the 1930s, convinced her that she lived under a supernatural curse. Seeking to protect her family, she became obsessed with fortune tellers and spiritual advisors. When one predicted that all your children will die, Leonarda resolved to do whatever she believed necessary to avert that prophecy. By 1939, Leonarda and her family had settled in the small Emilia-Romagna town of Correggio. There she opened a modest shop that sold homemade soap, baked goods, and herbal tonics. Her reputation as a friendly but eccentric local woman grew quickly. Beneath that exterior, however, she nurtured a delusional conviction that through ritual and sacrifice she could safeguard her surviving children, particularly her favorite son, Giuseppe, who was soon to enlist in the Italian army. As Italy edged closer to war, her fear intensified. In her distorted reasoning, the idea took hold that human offerings could satisfy cosmic forces, an ancient belief that had long circulated in rural folklore but was alien to Christian doctrine. She began to blend Catholic prayers with pagan ritualism, constructing an elaborate magical worldview in which maternal love justified extreme acts. The crimes that followed were driven less by malice than by delusion. Leonarda's victims were women she knew personally, neighbors and acquaintances who came to her seeking advice or comfort. She manipulated their trust, convincing them to perform spiritual rituals, promising fortune or protection. Each disappearance was rationalized within her fantasy system. She believed she was transferring misfortune away from her children. To modern forensic psychologists, her case represents a textbook example of psychotic altruism, a distorted moral logic where an individual commits harm, believing it serves a benevolent end. Leonarda was eventually caught in 1940 after the relatives of her final victim grew suspicious. The investigation revealed financial motives intertwined with delusion. She often benefited from her victims' possessions, though evidence suggested her primary drive was not greed. During interrogation, she was astonishingly cooperative, offering detailed accounts with composure and even humor. She seemed incapable of distinguishing morality in conventional terms. When questioned about her actions, she told police, "My conscience is clear. I saved my children." Psychiatrists later described this as egosyntonic behavior. Her actions aligned with her self-image as a protective mother. Her trial in 1946 took place amid the ruins of post-war Italy, where the justice system sought both retribution and understanding. Newspapers sensationalized her as a witch or mad woman, but the courtroom focused on mental responsibility. Expert witnesses debated whether she was insane or criminally accountable. The court ultimately found her competent but severely disturbed, sentencing her to 30 years in prison and 3 years in a psychiatric hospital, a symbolic balance between justice and compassion. The decision reflected Italy's evolving legal understanding of mental illness, influenced by the pioneering psychiatric theories of Cesare Lombroso and his successors, who argued that crime could stem from pathology rather than pure moral failure. Psychologically, Leonarda Cianciulli's case is notable for the way delusional thinking can fuse with cultural narrative. Her belief system combined Catholic iconography, superstition, and maternal sacrifice, a blend that psychologists now call cultural psychosis, where mental illness manifests through locally accepted myths. Unlike purely individual delusion, cultural psychosis exploits shared symbols. Her neighbor's tolerance for fortune-telling and ritual made her appear eccentric rather than dangerous until it was too late. From a criminological perspective, her crimes challenge simplistic gender stereotypes. Female offenders are often portrayed as passive or reactive, yet Leonarda displayed initiative, planning, and symbolic intent. She saw herself as a creator, reshaping destiny through action. This inversion of maternal instinct, protecting life through harm, has since become a focal point for forensic psychology studies on maternal identity and moral distortion. Her behavior cannot be separated from the patriarchal environment of the time, where women's power was restricted to domestic and spiritual domains. Within that limited framework, her sense of control took a perverse, self-invented form. The legal and cultural aftermath of her case extended far beyond Correggio. Italian lawmakers used it to re-evaluate how insanity was defined in criminal law, emphasizing psychiatric evaluation over moral judgment. Universities began including forensic psychiatry in their curricula. In popular culture, however, Leonarda was mythologized as a Gothic figure, a symbol of the monstrous mother. Films, plays, and novels adapted her life into allegories about superstition, poverty, and obsession. Yet historians caution against sensationalism. Her case was not about evil, but about delusion amplified by neglect. Society's failure to address mental health and superstition allowed her illness to fester until it became catastrophic. In her later years in prison, Leonarda reportedly maintained her faith in the righteousness of her actions. She wrote an autobiography, An Embittered Soul Confesses, where she described her life not as crime, but as martyrdom. The manuscript, studied by criminologists, reveals remarkable linguistic coherence. She remained intelligent, articulate, and emotionally detached. Modern analysis of her writings suggests schizoaffective disorder, combining delusional conviction with mood instability. Her insight into her condition never deepened. She saw herself as victim, healer, and prophet simultaneously. Leonarda died in 1970 in a women's asylum in Pozzuoli, largely forgotten by the public. Yet her name endures in academic literature as a case study bridging criminology, anthropology, and psychology. Researchers examine her not for the horror of her acts, but for what she reveals about human belief under stress. Her life demonstrates how, when rational thought collapses, cultural myths can supply alternate logic, dangerous but internally consistent. It is this intersection of belief, fear, and powerlessness that turns superstition into tragedy. In retrospect, Leonarda Cianciulli was neither monster nor witch, but a profoundly ill woman living in an era that mistook pathology for piety. Her legacy underscores the importance of mental health care, community oversight, and skepticism toward those who claim divine sanction for personal actions. She remains an unsettling reminder that even love, when unmoored from reason, can become a destructive force cloaked in devotion. The soapmaker of Correggio endures not as legend, but as a psychological lesson. Belief, unchecked by understanding, can consume both faith and humanity. Few 20th century cases illustrate the contrast between public charm and private pathology as clearly as that of Nanny Doss, the Oklahoma homemaker who confessed in 1954 to killing several members of her family. Nicknamed the Giggling Granny for her incongruous laughter during interrogation, Doss became a central figure in American criminology's mid-century shift towards psychological profiling. Her story, stripped of myth, is less about sadism than about loneliness, romantic delusion, and the way popular culture can distort personal expectation until it turns lethal. Nanny Hazel was born in 1905 on a small farm in Blue Mountain, Alabama, the eldest of 5 children. Her upbringing was typical of the rural South: long workdays, strict discipline, and minimal schooling. Yet 2 factors would shape her psyche. First, a childhood head injury suffered during a train accident. Modern neurologists speculate possible frontal lobe trauma, often linked to impulse dysregulation. Second, her father's authoritarian control. He forbade her from wearing makeup, socializing, or dating, insisting her role was domestic servitude. Within that repression, Nanny's imagination turned inward. She found escape in true romance magazines, whose stories promised destiny, affection, and deliverance through marriage. These sentimental fantasies would become the script by which she interpreted life. At 16, she married her first suitor, Charlie Braggs, and began a pattern that criminologists later labeled serial monogamy homicide, a succession of relationships punctuated by mysterious deaths. Each marriage began with idealism and ended with disappointment, often followed by the sudden illness of a partner or relative. Viewed through modern psychological frameworks, her motives combined pathological dependency with narcissistic rage. When men failed to embody the romantic ideals she absorbed from fiction, she experienced their presence as betrayal and their removal as emotional correction. For much of her life, these deaths passed unexamined. In early to mid-century America, domestic mortality remained largely private. Coroners seldom conducted autopsies on adults who died under a spouse's care. Furthermore, Nanny moved frequently across states: Alabama, Kansas, North Carolina, and Oklahoma, escaping patterns of suspicion. She supported herself with domestic work and supplemented income through correspondence clubs, precursors to modern dating services. Her letters reveal a woman both lonely and calculating, writing in florid prose about destiny and trust, while simultaneously inquiring about insurance policies and financial prospects. When examined by criminologists later, these writings illustrated cognitive dissonance management. the ability to maintain sentimental narratives that justified practical exploitation. Her eventual exposure came not through confession, but through medical vigilance. In 1954, her fifth husband, Samuel Doss of Tulsa, fell gravely ill after drinking coffee prepared by his wife. His physician, suspicious of recurrent gastric failure, ordered an autopsy and detected arsenic. Police investigation linked the pattern to Nanny's previous husbands and relatives. Confronted with chemical evidence, she responded with disarming laughter and detailed confessions, describing each incident as if recounting domestic chores. To investigators, the contrast between demeanor and content was shocking. To psychologists, it indicated emotional blunting, a diminished affect common in personality disorders and some post-traumatic conditions. During interviews, Nanny rationalized her actions through a moral filter of romance and correction. She claimed to have eliminated cruel or unfaithful men to make room for true love. The childlike diction and giggling tone that earned her nickname may have functioned as avoidant coping behavior, reducing anxiety through regression to a non-threatening persona. In modern terms, she represented an archetype of affective psychopathy, socially charming, emotionally shallow, yet capable of strategic empathy when advantageous. However, psychologists caution against simplistic labeling. Her consistent search for companionship suggests an underlying attachment disorder rooted in abandonment fears rather than pure callousness. The 1950s press sensationalized the case, contrasting her cheerful demeanor with headlines about poison and deceit. But behind the caricature lay emerging scientific questions. Could personality testing predict violent potential? Could repeated exposure to romantic media create maladaptive scripts influencing behavior? The Federal Bureau of Investigation's fledgling behavioral science unit later cited Nanny Doss as an example of the fantasy-driven offender, where narrative immersion fuels behavioral rehearsal. She provided empirical data for early typologies that distinguished goal-oriented killers from those driven by narrative delusion. Her trial was brief. In exchange for a life sentence, she entered a guilty plea to one murder, sparing prosecutors multiple costly cases. Psychiatric evaluation found her legally sane, yet suffering from chronic personality disturbance marked by immaturity, egocentrism, and moral reasoning consistent with sociopathic pattern disorder, the term predating antisocial personality disorder. She was sentenced to life imprisonment in the Oklahoma State Penitentiary, where she became a model inmate, polite, cooperative, and endlessly talkative about cooking recipes. Guards described her as grandmotherly, a living paradox that challenged assumptions about criminal appearance. Sociologists later interpreted her behavior through the lens of gendered socialization. In a culture that idealized female domesticity, Nanny Doss performed that role perfectly. Apron, smile, and hospitality. Her conformity allowed invisibility. The domestic sphere, thought to be safe, became the setting of risk. This phenomenon, termed the invisibility of female aggression, prompted criminological reassessment of how cultural stereotypes hinder detection. After her conviction, state health departments expanded protocols for unexplained spousal deaths, requiring toxicology screens when patterns emerged, an early step toward recognizing intimate partner homicide as a systemic, not exceptional problem. The psychological legacy of the case continues to inform studies of aging, loneliness, and cognition. Nanny's laughter, initially interpreted as cruelty, may also reveal neurological change from the early head injury. Modern imaging research links frontal lobe damage to inappropriate affect. Combined with social isolation and chronic romantic disappointment, the result was a personality both needy and detached. Her humor shielded her from guilt and anxiety, converting remorse into absurdity. In this sense, the giggling granny embodies not joy but disassociation, a nervous system seeking equilibrium through incongruent emotion. Her imprisonment coincided with a period of American penal reform, emphasizing rehabilitation. Nanny participated in craft programs, church services, and literacy tutoring, apparently content within structured confinement. She died of leukemia in 1965, having spent more than a decade behind bars. Guards later reported she remained friendly until the end, still laughing easily. To them, she was just Grandma Doss. To criminologists, she became a permanent exhibit in textbooks, a case demonstrating how ordinary demeanor can conceal chronic lethality. From an analytical standpoint, Nanny Doss illustrates three enduring lessons. First, personality pathology can masquerade as normalcy when social roles provide camouflage. Second, cultural scripts shape motive expression. Her obsession with romance and domestic ideals reflected mass media influence on emotional cognition. Third, law enforcement's reliance on surface behavior, kindness, femininity, humor, delays recognition of risk. Each insight has informed both psychological theory and investigative practice. Modern risk assessment instruments now account for gender-specific behavioral cues partly derived from her profile. In broader cultural reflection, her story exposes the mid-century tension between fantasy and reality. The same magazines that entertained millions also sold illusions of perfect love and moral simplicity. For an emotionally fragile woman like Nanny Doss, those illusions ossified into expectation, and expectation, when repeatedly broken, hardened into fatal resentment. Her case therefore serves not only as a study in deviance, but as a cautionary tale about narrative power, the capacity of stories to script human desire, and when warped by isolation, to rewrite ethics themselves. Nanny Doss remains a paradox in American criminology, grandmotherly yet predatory, sentimental yet lethal, laughing yet detached. She forces observers to confront the disquieting truth that danger often hides behind warmth, and that understanding motive requires empathy not for the act, but for the distorted humanity that preceded it. In the quiet corridors of forensic psychology classrooms, her laughter still echoes, not as mockery, but as a reminder of how fragile the boundary is between imagination and morality. In the shifting landscape of turn-of-the-century America, where opportunity and isolation often coexisted, few figures embodied the darker side of ambition more than Belle Gunness, the Norwegian-born widow who settled on a farm outside LaPorte, Indiana. Her name endures in criminology not because of morbid folklore, but because her case exposed weaknesses in the early immigration, financial, and investigative systems of a rapidly industrializing nation. She remains an object lesson in how greed, anonymity, and frontier mobility could fuse into sustained deception. Brynhild Paulsdatter Størseth was born in 1859 in Selbu, Norway, the daughter of impoverished laborers. Economic hardship defined her early years. Like many rural Europeans of the time, she dreamed of America, the land of endless chances. In 1881, she emigrated to Chicago, adopting the name Belle. There she worked as a domestic servant, quickly learning the economics of self-reliance, savings accounts, life insurance policies, and the precarious arithmetic of working-class survival. When she married a fellow immigrant, Mads Sorensen, she seemed to have achieved stability. Yet when his small candy store burned and he soon after died of heart failure, Belle collected double insurance. one policy that expired the very day another began. To investigators of later decades, that coincidence symbolized the ingenuity that would define her career. By 1901, she relocated to LaPorte, purchasing a farm with the proceeds. There, she established a pattern now recognized as fraud-based predatory homicide, a sequence of financially motivated disappearances disguised as domestic enterprise. She placed personal ads in Scandinavian newspapers seeking a partner in business and matrimony. Respondents were instructed to bring cash or valuables so that we may begin our future together. The American Midwest, then teeming with itinerant immigrants, provided the perfect demographic: men without close kin, eager for companionship and prosperity. Belle's farm became both lure and labyrinth. To her neighbors, she appeared industrious and motherly. She raised foster children, tended livestock, and attended church. The combination of accent, widowhood, and enterprise elicited sympathy. This capacity for impression management, what sociologists later termed presentational control, allowed her to navigate male-dominated social structures with credibility. Visitors to her property seldom returned, yet the transience of the era rendered disappearance commonplace. When families inquired, Belle replied with plausible letters claiming their relatives had gone west to seek fortune. Her control of correspondence demonstrates an early use of what criminologists now call information channel manipulation, ensuring that narrative and evidence remained congruent. The facade collapsed in 1908 after a fire consumed the farmhouse. Among the ruins, investigators found several bodies, including that of a headless woman presumed to be Belle Gunness herself. As lawmen dug through the blackened soil, they uncovered bones and personal effects belonging to numerous missing men. The site became an archaeological crime scene decades before forensic archaeology existed. Reporters from across the country swarmed LaPorte, turning the farm into a carnival of speculation. Some portrayed Belle as a monstrous seductress. Others framed her as a symbol of rural mystery. The deeper significance lay in what her case revealed about systemic vulnerability. At a structural level, Belle's crimes exploited the absence of interstate communication and identification systems. Before fingerprint registries and standardized missing persons databases, mobility equaled invisibility. Each suitor who visited her farm crossed county lines into bureaucratic silence. Financial institutions compounded the problem. Life insurance firms rarely verified deaths beyond local physician certificates. Her story thus catalyzed reform. Within a decade, insurance companies introduced centralized claim verification, while postal authorities developed stricter identity protocols for correspondence advertisements. In this sense, Belle Gunness inadvertently modernized American bureaucracy. Psychologically, her profile continues to challenge classification. Early commentators labeled her a female Bluebeard, but modern forensic psychology situates her within the spectrum of instrumental psychopathy, goal-oriented, pragmatic, emotionally constricted. Unlike impulsive offenders, she displayed planning, patience, and rational evaluation of risk versus reward. Her apparent affection toward foster children, juxtaposed with callous manipulation of suitors, indicates compartmentalized empathy, a trait allowing selective moral concern. Some researchers propose elements of antisocial narcissistic personality structure, reinforced by immigrant trauma and gendered survival strategies. In an age when women's economic independence was constrained, she converted domesticity itself into enterprise. The LaPorte investigation also advanced forensic methodology. Detectives employed dental comparison, then a novel technique, to identify remains, while chemists conducted rudimentary toxicology tests on soil samples. Public fascination with these procedures popularized scientific detection and helped shift American policing from confession-based to evidence-based models. For criminology students, the Gunness case serves as an early example of pattern linkage analysis, connecting missing persons reports across jurisdictions through behavioral signature rather than confession. Culturally, Bell's legend reflected contemporary anxieties about gender and modernity. The image of a woman mastering male economic tools, advertising, property ownership, investment, threatened prevailing norms. Sensationalist newspapers exaggerated her size and strength, portraying her as a giantess or ogress, an allegory for female autonomy run amok. Yet the real threat she represented was structural, not biological, a demonstration that patriarchal systems of trust and finance could be manipulated from within. Later, feminist scholars reframed her as a dark parody of the American dream, a migrant who, denied legitimate power, seized it through transgression. The unresolved mystery of her fate further fueled myth. Some witnesses claimed to have seen Bell alive after the fire. Others insisted the body found was hers. Modern DNA analysis has provided partial confirmation, but not final certainty. This ambiguity transformed her into folklore, a cautionary spectre haunting roadside museums and dime novels. For criminology, however, ambiguity itself is instructive. It illustrates the liminal space between evidence and narrative, where public myth-making begins the moment institutional certainty ends. From a sociological angle, Bell Gunness epitomizes the interplay between opportunity structure and moral disengagement. The United States of her era offered mobility without accountability. The same frontier ethos that celebrated self-reliance also permitted exploitation. When combined with individual pathology, it created an ecology in which predation could masquerade as enterprise. Her advertisements, written in affectionate prose, echo today in digital scams and catfishing schemes, modern continuations of emotional fraud. Thus, studying her methods provides insight into the psychology of deception across technological eras. Law enforcement historians credit the case with influencing federal cooperation. The multi-state search for her missing correspondence encouraged information sharing that would eventually culminate in the establishment of the FBI's National Crime Files. Though unintended, her crimes spurred bureaucratic evolution, demonstrating that even rural tragedies can shape institutional modernization. Bell's legacy also invites reflection on moral philosophy. Her actions expose the potential for economic logic to override empathy, a phenomenon political theorists identify as instrumental rationality divorced from ethics. She calculated human relationships as investments, converting intimacy into capital. In doing so, she mirrored the darker currents of the capitalist ethos surrounding her. Her life becomes not merely a tale of individual evil, but a commentary on the commodification of trust. In the end, what endures about Bell Gunness is less the question of how many died than why she seemed to vanish so easily into legend. The answer lies in America's ambivalence towards success and sin, a culture that venerates self-made ambition yet fears its excess. Her farmhouse in LaPorte, now a historical footnote, stands as both caution and metaphor. It reminds criminologists that behind every mythic villain lies a nexus of circumstance: gender constraint, economic desperation, and the invisible infrastructures that permit exploitation. A century later, when forensic students examine photographs of the excavation site, They study not only evidence of crime, but evidence of transition, the moment when rural myth collided with scientific modernity. Belle Gunness occupies that intersection, her story bridging folklore and forensic history, her legacy proving that greed, when combined with opportunity, can become as enduring as the institutions it corrupts. Modern Mexico City, sprawling and chaotic, is a place where tradition collides with urban anonymity. Within that complexity emerged a case that confounded criminologists and challenged gendered assumptions about violence. Juana Barraza, a former professional wrestler who became known to the media as La Mataviejitas, the little old lady killer. Her story is not simply about crime. It is about identity, trauma, and the way social invisibility can mask deviance until it erupts into tragedy. Her case marked a turning point in Latin American criminal profiling and gender studies, forcing investigators to rethink what danger looks like in an urban landscape. Born in 1957 in the rural town of Epazoyucan, Hidalgo, Juana Barraza's childhood was shaped by poverty and exploitation. Her mother, an alcoholic, reportedly traded her to an older man when she was a preteen in exchange for alcohol. The resulting abuse left lasting psychological scars, diagnosed later as complex post-traumatic stress disorder, CPTSD, combined with dissociative tendencies. From these origins emerged a woman deeply distrustful of authority and fixated on strength as self-protection. Wrestling, lucha libre, Mexico's colorful acrobatic sport, offered both escape and identity. Under the ring name La Dama del Silencio, the Lady of Silence, Barraza constructed an alter ego of invincibility, masking the wounded child within. Her wrestling persona, masked, disciplined and admired, provided empowerment. Yet when injury and age ended her career, she was left adrift, stripped of the one structure that gave her meaning. Scholars of deviant psychology describe this as role collapse. When an individual's constructed identity dissolves, the resulting vacuum can manifest in desperate attempts to regain control. For Juana, that control was redirected toward society's most vulnerable population, the elderly women who symbolized both the maternal betrayal she endured and the social power she could never attain. Between the late 1990s and her arrest in 2006, dozens of elderly women in Mexico City were found dead in their homes, often after letting a seemingly trustworthy visitor inside. For years, authorities dismissed the pattern. Crimes against the elderly were rarely investigated with urgency, reflecting cultural ageism and limited forensic resources. Witness accounts mentioned a tall figure in women's clothing fleeing the scenes, prompting early speculation of a male impersonator. This bias delayed capture and revealed systemic assumptions about gender and violence. Police could not imagine a woman as the serial aggressor. When finally apprehended in 2006, leaving the home of her last victim, Juana Barraza shattered those assumptions. Evidence in her possession, government identification cards of deceased women, stolen cash, and household keys, linked her to multiple scenes. Fingerprints confirmed matches with earlier cases. Her confession, alternating between defiance and resignation, painted a picture of projected revenge rather than greed. She claimed resentment toward women who reminded her of her abusive mother. In her words, they were like her, bossy, cruel, always scolding. Psychiatrists interpreted this as displacement, a classic mechanism in which repressed rage toward a primary abuser is redirected onto symbolic surrogates. Forensic psychologists assessing Barraza found no psychosis but a complex blend of narcissistic, borderline, and antisocial traits. She sought control, validation, and emotional release through domination. Each crime briefly restored the illusion of power lost in childhood and reinforced by her wrestling persona. Interestingly, her victims, elderly women living alone, represented the social inverse of the flamboyant luchadora, frail, voiceless, and invisible. By targeting them, she enacted a perverse mirror of her ring identity, translating performative strength into real-world cruelty. From a criminological standpoint, the Mataviejitas investigation reshaped Mexican policing. Prior to Barraza's arrest, serial homicide profiling in Latin America borrowed heavily from US and European models, emphasizing male offenders. Her case forced experts to incorporate socio-cultural gender variables into behavioral analysis. Investigators learned that women can exhibit instrumental aggression independent of male influence, motivated by power, resentment, or symbolic justice rather than financial necessity. The discovery also spurred debate about media portrayal. Coverage often emphasized her wrestling background and physical appearance rather than systemic failures that allowed repeated murders to go unconnected. The legal proceedings in 2008 were both sensational and sobering. Charged with multiple homicides, Barraza was convicted of 16 counts of murder and 12 of theft, receiving a cumulative sentence exceeding 700 years, a symbolic gesture in a country without capital punishment. Throughout the trial, she displayed a mixture of stoicism and defensiveness, occasionally reverting to the rhetorical bravado of her wrestling days. To psychologists observing the case, this indicated identity fusion, the merging of persona and self until the distinction collapses. She was both the victimized child and the avenging warrior, trapped in a psychological loop where violence equaled empowerment. Beyond the courtroom, Juana's story ignited public reflection on the intersection of gender, poverty, and crime. Feminist scholars pointed out that her violence emerged from a lifetime of institutional neglect, childhood abuse unpunished, lack of education, exploitation in entertainment industries, and minimal access to mental health care. None of these factors excused her actions, but they contextualized them within structural violence, the broader web of social deprivation that breeds personal pathology. In this sense, her crimes became a grim mirror held up to a society that overlooked both its victims and its offenders until it was too late. Psychologically, Barraza's dual identity, wrestler and murderer, fascinates criminologists studying performance theory in deviance. In both arenas, she operated through ritual, costume, and audience expectation. The wrestling mask, symbol of anonymity and transformation, parallels the metaphorical masks offenders wear in daily life. Researchers at Mexico's National Autonomous University, UNAM, later analyzed her case to explore how performative subcultures can provide templates for behavioral scripts in criminal contexts. Their conclusion? Her crimes were theatrical in structure, rehearsed, ritualized, and motivated by narrative closure rather than impulse. Media narratives often reduce Juana Barraza to a caricature, the wrestler-turned-killer. Yet her deeper significance lies in how she revealed the biases of institutions designed to protect citizens. The police's initial disbelief in a female suspect reflects enduring stereotypes about nurturing femininity. The press's fixation on spectacle echoes society's tendency to consume tragedy as entertainment. Only when investigators embraced forensic objectivity, fingerprint databases, behavioral mapping, victimology, did the case resolve. Thus, the Mataviejitas investigation marks the maturation of modern Mexican criminology, from myth to data. Barraza remains incarcerated in a women's prison outside Mexico City. Reports describe her as calm, cooperative, and even popular among inmates, running fitness classes, teaching literacy, and maintaining an almost mundane routine. Criminologists visiting her note that she continues to view herself as both victim and avenger, seldom expressing empathy for her victims. This absence of remorse aligns with psychopathic affective deficits, confirming diagnostic assessments made at trial. Yet her structured prison life, with clear rules and hierarchies, provides the stability her early life lacked, an ironic resolution where the institution she defied now sustains her psychologically. The enduring academic interest in Juana Barraza centers on her representation of the female perpetrator in modernity. She is not an anomaly, but a signpost of broader social tensions, gender inequality, violence normalization, and the porous boundary between spectacle and suffering. Her life trajectory, from abused child to entertainer to killer, demonstrates how unaddressed trauma can evolve into deviance when filtered through cultural scripts of power. For forensic professionals, she remains a reminder that empathy and vigilance must coexist, that understanding motive does not absolve, but it can prevent repetition. Ultimately, the Mataviejitas case reshaped both policy and perception. It led to specialized police units for crimes against the elderly and prompted investment in forensic training. It also redefined how Mexico viewed female criminality, not as aberration, but as part of the social fabric requiring scientific, not sensational, analysis. Juana Barraza's story, tragic and complex, stands at the intersection of performance and pathology, showing how identity itself can become both mask and motive. In late 20th century Sacramento, California, a neatly painted Victorian boarding house sat on F Street, shaded by magnolias and roses. Its owner, a polite grandmotherly woman named Dorothea Puente, was known for feeding the homeless, donating clothes, and volunteering with local charities. To her neighbors, she embodied compassion. To criminologists, she would become a textbook example of institutional manipulation and white-collar homicide, crimes concealed within the routines of social welfare. Born Dorothea Gray in 1929, she grew up amid the Great Depression. Her parents were itinerant workers whose alcoholism and early deaths left her in orphanages and foster homes. Psychologists later traced in her biography the formative ingredients of compensatory control behavior: childhood insecurity breeding adult obsession with stability and image. By her 20s, she had cycled through marriages and minor fraud convictions, each incident reinforcing the lesson that charm could substitute for accountability. By the 1970s, Puente had crafted a persona of benevolent respectability. She opened a boarding house catering to elderly tenants and adults with mental health disabilities, people whose checks arrived reliably and whose families seldom visited. She furnished rooms tidily, served hearty meals, and required tenants to list her address for their government benefits. In exchange, she promised care and companionship. This arrangement, while legal at first, soon blurred into exploitation. Investigators later coined the term benefit harvesting scheme to describe her practice of intercepting Social Security payments and granting residents minimal allowances while pocketing the remainder. Between 1982 and 1988, several residents vanished. Social workers occasionally questioned their whereabouts, but Dorothea produced convincing explanations. The tenant had moved to Los Angeles, reconciled with family, or checked into a hospital. Her composure and grandmotherly demeanor deflected suspicion. Sociologists studying the case emphasize appearance bias in professional oversight, how social workers and police unconsciously equate age and politeness with trustworthiness. The boarding house facade exemplified what organizational theorist Irving Goffman called impression management elevated to survival art. The scheme unraveled only when a probation officer monitoring one resident noticed repeated absences and insisted on a welfare check. On November 11, 1988, police entered the property's backyard. The soil, recently disturbed, emitted an odor investigators recognized instantly. Over the next days, they exhumed 7 bodies, all former tenants. Dorothea, initially cooperative, asked permission to fetch coffee from a nearby hotel, then quietly boarded a bus to Los Angeles. Her arrest a week later, after a fellow retiree recognized her from television coverage, concluded one of California's strangest manhunts. From a criminological perspective, Puente's crimes illustrate the intersection of financial fraud and homicide. She killed not from passion or thrill, but to perpetuate a revenue stream. Her victims' deaths erased evidence of theft. This utilitarian motive aligns with what researchers term instrumental aggression in elder abuse, where offenders use violence as a logistical tool. The mild, nurturing persona she projected served as camouflage within bureaucratic systems designed to trust caretakers. Psychiatric evaluation found Puente competent, yet exhibiting traits of narcissistic and antisocial personality disorders. She valued admiration, feared poverty, and rationalized her acts as helping tenants who, she claimed, wanted peace. Analysts interpret this as moral disengagement through euphemistic labeling, reframing harm as mercy. Unlike impulsive offenders, she maintained meticulous bookkeeping. Receipts, ledgers, and burial materials were organized with bureaucratic precision. Her orderliness, rather than contradicting criminality, functioned as its instrument. Control equaled safety. Her 1993 trial captivated the nation. Prosecutors presented forensic evidence linking her to 9 murders through financial records and toxicology findings of sedatives. The defense argued that tenants overdosed voluntarily and that Puente, overwhelmed by caretaking duties, panicked. The jury ultimately convicted her on 3 counts of murder and multiple counts of theft, sentencing her to 2 life terms. She remained unrepentant, insisting to reporters, "I used to make people feel good. I gave them shelter." To forensic psychologists, this statement epitomized cognitive distortion of benevolence, maintaining self-image by recasting exploitation as service. The Puente investigation influenced both social policy and forensic methodology. California instituted stricter oversight of unlicensed care homes, requiring background checks and periodic audits. The Social Security Administration introduced verification systems, preventing third-party control of benefit checks without state supervision. Criminologists cite these reforms as evidence that white-collar crime can catalyze regulatory modernization when its human toll becomes visible. Academically, her case occupies a distinctive place between serial homicide and financial fraud. Traditional profiling categories, sexual, power control, visionary, do not fit. Instead, she represents systemic opportunism, exploiting procedural gaps rather than pursuing psychological gratification. Her gender and age further complicated public perception. She dismantled the stereotype of the nurturing elder. Feminist criminologists have argued that societal reluctance to suspect women in economic crimes allowed her to operate for years. In that sense, her success reflected not genius, but collective denial. From a psychological standpoint, Puente demonstrates how identity construction can serve as both shield and script. Her self-presentation as a caregiver provided emotional reinforcement. She needed others to see her as indispensable. Each dependent tenant validated that identity. When dependency threatened exposure, elimination restored equilibrium. This dynamic parallels findings in coercive control theory. wherein abusers maintain dominance by removing autonomy from dependence. Her killings were thus not random, but relational, extensions of control over lives she defined as hers to manage. In prison, Puente continued to cultivate her public image. She corresponded with journalists, sent hand-embroidered cards, and maintained that she had never hurt anyone. Psychiatrists observed no overt remorse, but also no violent impulses. Her pathology resided in detachment, not rage. She died in 2011 at age 82 of natural causes, still proclaiming innocence. Beyond its forensic intrigue, the Puente case exposes enduring ethical questions about social neglect. Her victims were not hidden in wilderness or anonymity. They lived under the collective gaze of neighbors, agencies, and churches. Their disappearance was possible only because each institution assumed another was watching. Scholars of public administration cite this as a prime example of diffusion of responsibility, a cognitive bias within bureaucracies that enables exploitation. Culturally, Dorothea Puente's transformation from kindly landlady to convicted murderer unsettled the American imagination. She resembled everyone's grandmother, served meals to the poor, and attended Mass. The contradiction forced the public to recognize that evil need not appear monstrous. In criminology classrooms, her photograph, white hair, pearls, gentle eyes, is used to teach the fallacy of demeanor evidence, that sincerity of expression bears no correlation to moral truth. Ultimately, the boarding house of deception stands as a case study in structural failure. It reminds society that oversight systems are only as vigilant as the empathy of those who enforce them. Dorothea Puente did not invent greed. She exploited its bureaucratic blind spots. Her legacy persists in the regulations that followed, the textbooks that dissect her methods, and the quiet admonition her story delivers. That trust without verification is an invitation to tragedy. American celebrity culture is built on admiration, on the idea that fame is earned through talent, charisma, and public appeal. People whose names appear on screens become symbols of success and representation. Their work entertains. Their presence influences. Their lifestyles generate fascination. But the justice system does not consider fame when deciding guilt. The law does not excuse a homicide because the person behind the wheel, behind the gun, or behind the crime has appeared in movies, performed on stage, or inherited a fortune. This final chapter exists for a singular purpose: to document that accountability and celebrity are not mutually exclusive. Every case in this study reveals a person who once enjoyed popularity, status, or influence, but whose life intersected with the most severe crime recognized under American law, causing another human being's death. Each name remains on entertainment databases and historical records, yet each name is also permanently tied to a court file recording a homicide that cannot be undone. Killing does not lose its meaning when committed by someone the public has applauded. A victim's life does not become less valuable because the offender once had fans. The legal system preserves that standard through convictions that remain absolute even as public memory shifts. Charles S. Dutton, respected actor, killed a man in a street fight. Lane Garrison, rising television star, drove drunk and killed a 17-year-old. Marvin Gaye Sr., father of a global icon, shot his own son. Robert Durst, heir to a billion-dollar empire, murdered his closest confidant and was formally ruled responsible for his wife's death. No talent, success, or wealth changes the truth. A life was taken, the state proved responsibility, punishment followed. Some offenders used their later years to attempt restitution or growth. Others continued to harm, lie, or manipulate until the justice system corrected the narrative. But rehabilitation and conviction are separate subjects. Legal records do not evaluate character, only crime. In media portrayals, these cases are sometimes filtered into simplified entertainment. Shocking headlines, documentary suspense, dramatic courtroom reenactments. But beneath every headline exists the one component that never becomes cinematic: families whose loss endures permanently. Vahagan Setian, the victim of Lane Garrison, never saw adulthood. Marvin Gaye Jr., whose music shaped American culture, died bleeding in his childhood home. Susan Berman, loyal friend to a dangerous man, was silenced with a gun. Their names are not footnotes, they are the center of the harm. Every conviction in this series reflects a legal recognition that a person's fame does not outweigh the value of a victim's life. A courtroom does not quantify who is more known, but who is culpable. In that equation, justice does not adjust the scale. Celebrities often live in insulated environments, surrounded by admiration, mediated by public relations, protected by financial resources. Accountability must fight through layers of influence before it reaches courtroom light. The law may move slowly, investigations may take decades, but justice remains persistent. When truth arrives, it does not arrive politely. It arrives with chains and a court clerk reading "guilty." The contrast between image and reality forms the central tension in these cases. A famous face in a mugshot does not look heroic. A courtroom removes the illusion of glamour. Once inside the justice system, a celebrity becomes what every defendant becomes, a person who stands accused of causing harm. The verdict becomes the only identity the court acknowledges. Society reacts with disbelief because celebrity encourages myth. Viewers believe they know the actors or athletes they admire. That belief collapses when a homicide conviction becomes part of the story. The cognitive dissonance is unavoidable. The performer we applauded on screen is the same person who ended a life. But the justice system is not responsible for protecting public imagination. It is responsible for confirming facts. Conviction is a fact. Punishment is a fact. Death is a fact. These facts remain even when the offender resumes a career, attends a premiere, gives an interview, or releases a documentary to try reshaping the narrative. The justice system does not erase convictions because someone remains famous. And the victims do not return. In documenting these cases, we confront a clear thesis. Fame cannot prevent homicide, and it cannot conceal it forever. Every violent death in this series was preventable. Every offender had power that could have been used responsibly. Instead, choices, whether intoxicated, angry, paranoid, or malicious, resulted in irreversible harm. Responsibility is measured not by public influence, but by legal accountability. These names now belong to criminal history. Their prior accomplishments do not protect them. This series does not assign moral judgment beyond the facts written in sentencing records. It acknowledges the complexity of human change while affirming the permanence of violent outcomes. Redemption may exist for some offenders, but redemption never removes a conviction. Regret can be sincere, but regret does not restore life. This is the American legal balance. A killer can become an actor. A star can become a felon. An heir can die in prison. A victim remains gone forever. That balance is what justice demands, equal consequences for unequal people. In conclusion, the final statement is not dramatic, emotional, or philosophical. It is simply the truth preserved by the courts of the United States. A homicide leaves a record that will never disappear. Once the law confirms responsibility for taking a life, no amount of fame will ever make that person anything other than a convicted killer. The legal system keeps that truth permanent, and history remembers. At the turn of the 20th century, when hospitals were temples of progress and the nursing profession symbolized purity and compassion, one woman shattered that ideal from within. Jane Topham, known to history as Jolly Jane, was a nurse whose outward cheer concealed a mind obsessed with control. Her case remains one of the earliest and most thoroughly documented examples of medicalized homicide, the abuse of professional trust to satisfy psychological compulsion. For criminologists and medical ethicists alike, she stands as a cautionary figure illustrating how empathy without accountability can devolve into domination. Born Honora Kelly in 1854 to impoverished Irish immigrants in Boston, Jane's early life unfolded against the backdrop of anti-Irish prejudice and urban hardship. Her mother died of tuberculosis. Her father, a tailor plagued by mental illness, was institutionalized after an infamous incident involving self-mutilation. Orphaned and destitute, young Honora was indentured as a servant in the Topham household of Cambridge, where she adopted her employer's surname. Though treated more like staff than family, she received education and stability, developing intelligence, wit, and ambition, traits that later earned her entry into nursing school. Within hospital walls, she found a domain of both compassion and power. As a trainee at Massachusetts General Hospital in the 1880s, Jane excelled technically and socially. Patients praised her attentiveness. Doctors admired her competence. But colleagues noticed she sometimes prolonged stays for reasons no one could explain. Decades later, investigators would reconstruct a pattern of experiments she conducted, administering varying doses of morphine and atropine to test patients' physiological responses. Her victims were typically elderly or gravely ill, individuals whose suffering could be rationalized as natural. In modern psychiatric terms, she displayed instrumental sadism disguised as clinical curiosity. Jane's later confession would reveal her motive in chillingly analytical terms. She claimed she derived excitement not from death itself, but from proximity to it, the sense of omnipotence in controlling another's life functions. Psychologists have since labeled this hybris syndrome an intoxication with authority unrestrained by empathy. Her cheerfulness, noted by peers, functioned as a social mask. It was not hysteria or cruelty in the conventional sense, but what contemporary scholars call affective shallowness, a lack of genuine emotion camouflaged by charm. Her dismissal from the hospital for petty misconduct did not end her career. She became a private nurse for Boston's upper class, a position offering autonomy and anonymity. Over the next decade, deaths followed her appointments with uncanny regularity. She exploited the blind trust patients placed in caregivers and the era's limited forensic capabilities. There were no centralized records, no pharmacological audits, and little suspicion toward nurses, especially one so amiable. The cultural archetype of the benevolent healer shielded her from scrutiny, illustrating what criminologists describe as role immunity bias, where institutional trust prevents detection of internal deviance. It was not until 1901, after the suspicious death of her friend Mattie Davis and subsequent fatalities within the same family, that patterns coalesced. The Davis family physician, unsettled by the clustering of deaths and inconsistent symptom descriptions, ordered toxicological testing, a relatively new discipline at the time. Arsenic was absent, but morphine and atropine residues were found, confirming deliberate poisoning. Jane's arrest in 1901 launched one of the first major criminal cases to blend forensic chemistry with psychological profiling. During interrogation, she oscillated between remorse and elation. Her candor astonished investigators. She freely admitted to killing more people than any woman ever did, though she struggled to specify numbers. At trial in 1902, her defense presented evidence of insanity, citing childhood trauma and hereditary mental illness. The court found her not guilty by reason of insanity, committing her to the Taunton Insane Hospital, where she would live the rest of her life. Forensic psychologists, later examining her records, identified traits consistent with psychopathic personality disorder, though predating the term's formalization. Her case influenced early 20th century psychiatry's understanding of female criminality, challenging the assumption that women's violence was reactive or emotional. Jane's acts were methodical, autonomous, and devoid of practical motive, what modern criminology calls power-assertive homicide. She killed not for money or revenge, but for mastery, a phenomenon later observed in certain medical offenders. Ethically, her case spurred debate over medical supervision and narcotic control. Hospitals introduced stricter record-keeping for drug distribution, and nursing curricula began emphasizing moral responsibility alongside technical skill. The professionalization of nursing, licensing, standardized training, and oversight owes part of its rigor to the anxieties provoked by Jane Topham. Her betrayal of trust exposed vulnerabilities in a system still defining its ethical boundaries. From a psychological viewpoint, Topham's narrative reveals how isolation within hierarchical institutions can distort moral perspective. Nurses then were subordinate to physicians, often overworked and underpaid. Within that hierarchy, Jane found perverse empowerment. Her actions inverted caregiving. By deciding who lived or died, she transformed dependence into dominance. This inversion is central to what psychologists term the caregiver paradox, where empathy becomes control and nurturing becomes possession. Later angel of death offenders in hospitals would mirror this pattern, making Topham's case a foundational study in institutional deviance. Scholars of gender and criminology also view her as an emblem of social contradiction. In an era that idealized women as moral guardians, Jane weaponized that very ideal. Her victims trusted her precisely because she embodied cultural femininity, gentle, attentive, maternal. Feminist theorists interpret this as subversive conformity. She performed societal expectations so perfectly that her transgressions went unnoticed. In doing so, she demonstrated that stereotypes of innocence can be as dangerous as open aggression. Inside Taunton Hospital, Jane reportedly lived serenely, tending to plants and reading novels. Nurses described her as cooperative but detached, occasionally boasting of her intellect. She died in 1938 at age 84, having spent nearly 4 decades institutionalized. Though she expressed occasional guilt in letters, she never renounced her sense of superiority. To the end, she maintained that her victims felt no pain, reflecting the persistent cognitive distortion of moral rationalization. The legacy of Jane Topham extends beyond the macabre. For forensic science, her case accelerated the adoption of toxicology as evidentiary standard. For ethics, it underscored the necessity of checks and balances in caregiving professions. For psychology, it provided early evidence of female psychopathy expressed through professional contexts rather than domestic settings. She demonstrated that pathology does not always manifest as chaos. Sometimes it masquerades as competence. In educational settings today, her story is dissected not for its horror, but for its implications. Each element, Abandoned child, devoted nurse, manipulative killer represents a facet of how trauma, opportunity, and unchecked authority can intertwine. Jane Toppan's smile, described by contemporaries as radiant, was not a symbol of joy, but a mask of control. Her tragedy lies not only in the lives she ended, but in the lesson she left behind, that systems built on trust must also be built on verification. In the annals of criminal psychology, she remains an enduring paradox, cheerful and deadly, intelligent and deluded, a healer who destroyed. Her name endures in medical ethics lectures and criminology texts as a warning that goodness unexamined can become its opposite. The story of Jolly Jane is not merely a relic of history. It is a mirror reflecting the timeless truth that power, compassion, and responsibility must never exist without accountability. In the tapestry of late 20th century American crime, few figures have been dissected, mythologized, and misunderstood as deeply as Aileen Wuornos. Her story, set against the backdrop of Florida's highways and the decline of America's working class, became both a media spectacle and a lens for examining trauma, gender, and justice. To criminologists, Wuornos is not merely a headline or archetype. She is a case study in how social neglect and psychological damage can merge into violent alienation. Aileen Carol Pittman was born in 1956 in Rochester, Michigan, to a teenage mother and an absent father who was later institutionalized for violent offenses. By age 4, she and her brother were abandoned to the care of their grandparents, where neglect and alleged abuse became constants. At 14, she was expelled from home and began surviving through hitchhiking, petty theft, and sex work, forms of subsistence typical among runaway youth lacking social support. Her adolescence unfolded in roadside bars and transient motels, a geography of precarity that shaped her identity long before crime entered her record. Sociologists describe Wuornos's early life as a portrait of structural victimization, a cycle in which poverty, family dysfunction, and institutional apathy converge. In psychological terms, she exhibited symptoms consistent with borderline personality disorder, emotional instability, fear of abandonment, and impulsive responses to perceived rejection. These traits, unaddressed by intervention, calcified into behavioral patterns of mistrust and aggression. By her 20s, she was deeply alienated from society, yet still yearned for connection, a paradox that would define her adult relationships. Her mobility made her invisible to systems of aid. Without a fixed address, she existed outside the reach of welfare and healthcare networks. Like many women surviving on the margins, she learned to adapt, weaponizing charisma and toughness. To acquaintances, she was brash but loyal, oscillating between affection and fury. The contradiction fascinated later observers, how someone so wounded could appear both defiant and self-destructive. Criminologists term this reactive resilience, strength born not of security, but of necessity. By the late 1980s, Wuornos's life intersected with the underbelly of Florida's booming highway economy. Truck stops, motels, and bars catered to itinerant laborers and travelers. Within this transient ecosystem, she engaged in sex work, often sleeping in abandoned vehicles or wooded lots. Around 1986, she met Tyria Moore, a hotel maid with whom she formed an intense romantic bond. Their relationship provided emotional stability, but also financial pressure. Wuornos, unemployed and untrained for formal work, viewed sex work as her only means of support. This dependency amplified her paranoia and sense of entrapment. Between 1989 and 1990, a series of male motorists were found dead along Florida highways. Each case bore forensic similarities: robbery, gun use, and abandoned vehicles. The pattern puzzled investigators until witnesses reported seeing two women near one of the victims' cars. Composite sketches and fingerprints soon led police to Aileen Wuornos and Tyria Moore. When arrested in 1991, Wuornos confessed to multiple killings, claiming they were acts of self-defense against sexual assault during her encounters as a sex worker. Whether that claim was true remains debated, but her insistence on it framed the moral and legal complexities that would dominate her trial. Forensic psychologists assessing Wuornos described a woman shaped by lifelong trauma. She exhibited complex PTSD symptoms: hypervigilance, flashbacks, emotional dysregulation, and distrust of authority. Yet she also demonstrated manipulative intelligence, alternating between hostility and vulnerability. Her courtroom demeanor, angry outbursts, tearful apologies, sudden laughter, confused observers and fueled public fascination. Media outlets, eager for sensational narrative, branded her America's first female serial killer, a label that simplified the nuanced psychological reality. Gender played a decisive role in that portrayal. Where male offenders were often analyzed as products of pathology, Wuornos was depicted as monstrous or hysterical, a distortion that feminist criminologists have spent decades correcting. Her 1992 trial became a televised spectacle emblematic of the era's merging of crime and entertainment. Prosecutors emphasized greed and revenge. Defense attorneys highlighted abuse and trauma. The jury deliberated less than 2 hours before convicting her of first-degree murder, leading to 6 death sentences. In the appeals that followed, her mental state deteriorated under the pressures of confinement and media scrutiny. Psychiatric reports documented paranoid delusions and depressive episodes, yet she remained legally sane. She was executed by lethal injection in 2002 after 11 years on death row. The sociological legacy of Wuornos's case lies in the debates it inspired about victimhood, gender, and justice. Feminist scholars argue that her life exemplifies intersectional marginalization, the cumulative disadvantage faced by impoverished, abused, and uneducated women whose coping mechanisms fall outside social norms. Her actions, though criminal, emerged from a context of chronic exploitation. Understanding that context does not absolve guilt, but expands comprehension. As criminologist Catherine Ramsland notes, Wuornos's violence was not born in a vacuum. It was cultivated by a lifetime of neglect. Her case also transformed public discourse on mental health and the death penalty. Advocates questioned whether executing a severely traumatized woman served justice or perpetuated the cycle of violence. Others viewed her as manipulative and beyond rehabilitation. The debate underscored the tension between retributive and restorative justice, highlighting the need for psychological assessment in capital cases. In subsequent years, Florida revised certain mental health screening protocols for defendants, partly in response to criticism sparked by her trial. Media portrayals continued to evolve long after her death. Documentaries, biographies, and the 2003 film Monster reframed her narrative as tragedy rather than mere crime. Cultural theorists interpret these retellings as mythic reconstructions, society's attempt to humanize what it once demonized. Yet even sympathetic depictions risk simplifying the complex interplay of agency and victimhood that defined her life. To this day, criminology courses use her case to examine how gender expectations influence judicial outcomes and how trauma complicates moral responsibility. Psychologically, Wuornos represents the convergence of 3 dimensions: trauma, autonomy, and rage. Her violence can be viewed as a catastrophic assertion of control by someone who had been powerless all her life. Each act, regardless of motive, symbolically reversed decades of subjugation. Forensic psychiatrists call this retaliatory identity formation, where aggression restores a fractured sense of self. Understanding that dynamic helps illuminate not only her case, but broader patterns among offenders shaped by early victimization. Her story also challenges the binary of monster and martyr. Aileen Wuornos was neither purely villain nor purely victim. She was, as psychologist Mary Ellen O'Toole observed, a human being whose trauma metastasized into violence. Recognizing that complexity does not excuse her actions, it anchors them in reality. Crime, at its core, is not an abstraction, but the extreme edge of human response to pain and powerlessness. 2 decades after her execution, Aileen Wuornos remains a touchstone for discussions about empathy, accountability, and reform. Her life trajectory, from abused child to condemned adult, illustrates the consequences of systemic indifference. In criminology textbooks, her name appears alongside theoretical frameworks of trauma-informed justice, emphasizing prevention through social investment rather than post hoc punishment. Her tragedy serves as both warning and mirror, reminding society that the failure to protect its most vulnerable can, in time, create the very dangers it fears most. In post-war Britain, a nation rebuilding itself on ideals of civility and domestic order, the crimes of Myra Hindley and her partner Ian Brady in the 1960s introduced a darkness that challenged those very values. The Moors murders, as the case became known, were among the most infamous in modern British history. Yet beyond their horror lies a deeper criminological study: how charisma, ideology, and dependence can combine to erode moral boundaries. For psychologists and sociologists alike, Myra Hindley represents not only individual culpability, but also the frightening malleability of identity under coercive influence. Born in 1942 in Manchester, Hindley grew up amid the austerity of post-war working-class life. Her father, a veteran, was strict and occasionally violent. Her mother overworked and distant. Teachers remembered her as intelligent but withdrawn, seeking validation through obedience and order. In adolescence, she cultivated an image of respectability: bleached hair, modest dress, secretarial training, traits that would later contrast sharply with her notoriety. These early efforts at conformity, researchers suggest, made her particularly susceptible to manipulation by a dominant personality. That personality appeared in 1961 when she met Ian Brady, a brooding clerk fascinated by Nietzsche, de Sade, and Nazi ideology. Hindley, then 19, became infatuated. Friends later described her transformation as total. She mirrored his interests, read his books, and began keeping a diary chronicling their shared philosophy of superiority. Psychologists interpret this as identity fusion, a process in which emotional attachment dissolves personal boundaries, allowing one partner's values to subsume the other's. Under Brady's influence, Hindley's moral compass shifted from social conformity to nihilistic loyalty. The pair's crimes, committed between 1963 and 1965, targeted children and adolescents from Manchester's neighbourhoods. The acts themselves are not recounted here. Their nature belongs to legal record, not repetition. What matters in criminological analysis is the psychodynamics of complicity, how Hindley, who had no prior record of violence, became participant and facilitator. Investigators and later behavioral scientists debated whether she was coerced, corrupted, or inherently cruel. Evidence suggests a complex interplay of dependence, fascination, and fear. Brady provided ideological justification. Hindley provided emotional validation. Together, they created what forensic psychologists term a dyadic dominance system, a closed moral universe sustained by shared secrecy. Their arrest in 1965, triggered by the discovery of photographic and audio evidence, stunned Britain. The subsequent trial in 1966 was one of the first in the UK to attract continuous media coverage, marking a turning point in public consumption of criminal proceedings. Newspapers contrasted Brady's cold detachment with Hindley's composed appearance, blonde, calm, almost prim. This visual dissonance intensified public outrage. The nation, still defining womanhood through domestic virtue, could not reconcile her demeanor with the crimes alleged. Sociologists cite the case as a seminal moment in gendered moral panic, where deviation from feminine ideals magnified condemnation. Legally, Hindley and Brady were both convicted of multiple murders and sentenced to life imprisonment. Yet the story did not end in 1966. It evolved through decades of appeals, interviews, and cultural reinterpretation. Hindley's imprisonment became an extended experiment in psychological observation. Prison psychiatrists documented her gradual intellectual awakening and eventual renunciation of Brady. She pursued education, religion, and therapy, portraying herself as rehabilitated. Whether this transformation was genuine or strategic remains debated. Criminologists studying long-term incarceration use her case to explore moral reconstruction under confinement, the capacity of offenders to adopt new identities within controlled environments. For behavioral science, the Hindley case provided early evidence supporting coercive persuasion theory. Researchers compared her relationship with Brady to cult dynamics, an authority figure introducing moral inversion, isolation, and ritualized obedience. In such systems, participants experience cognitive dissonance, oscillating between awareness of wrong and loyalty to the manipulator. Hindley's diary entries, alternately tender and terrifying, capture that oscillation. They are used in modern forensic psychology courses to illustrate the stages of ideological grooming: fascination, assimilation, justification, and participation. Culturally, the case transformed British media's relationship with crime. The tabloid fixation on Hindley's photograph, her hair, her gaze, her apparent composure, turned her into an icon of evil. Feminist scholars have since argued that public hatred focused more on her violation of gender norms than on the acts themselves. The idea that a woman could collaborate willingly in atrocity contradicted comforting stereotypes. Thus, she became a national scapegoat, absorbing symbolic guilt for both her actions and the collapse of moral certainty they represented. From a psychological perspective, Hindley's trajectory reveals the fragility of conscience under the weight of dependency. Her transformation exemplifies introjected morality, when values are borrowed from external authority rather than internal conviction. In childhood, she obeyed to please parents. In adulthood, she obeyed to please Brady. Without independent moral reasoning, obedience itself became her ethic. When that obedience attached to a destructive ideology, her compliance turned catastrophic. This insight has informed training for therapists working with victims of coercive relationships, emphasizing the gradual erosion of agency preceding visible violence. In the 1980s and 1990s, public debate reignited over whether Hindley should ever be released. Supporters cited her apparent rehabilitation. Opponents insisted some crimes placed one beyond redemption. The controversy reflected broader tensions in penology between retributive justice and restorative ethics. Ultimately, successive Home Secretaries upheld her life sentence, defining "life means life" as policy precedent. She died in prison in 2002 at age 60, her name still synonymous with infamy. From a criminological standpoint, the Hindley case continues to shape theoretical discourse. It highlights the concept of co-offending synergy, where two individuals commit acts neither might have attempted alone. Studies show that such partnerships often feature asymmetrical power but mutual reinforcement, a dynamic echoed in corporate fraud, extremist groups, and intimate partner violence. By understanding how influence operates within pairs, criminology gains tools to prevent exploitation before it escalates to tragedy. Ethically, her story also interrogates the possibility of rehabilitation for those whose crimes violate collective taboos. Can remorse be authentic when forgiveness is impossible? Psychologists who interviewed Hindley near the end of her life described sincere introspection, yet acknowledged that public opinion would never allow reintegration. She thus symbolizes the social deadlock of moral outrage, society's need for closure conflicting with its commitment to reform. Today, more than half a century later, Myra Hindley's legacy endures in classrooms, documentaries, and debates about evil's psychology. Forensic students study her not for voyeurism, but for insight into the mechanisms of influence, dependency, and self-deception. Her story warns that atrocity rarely begins with hatred. It begins with admiration misplaced. It reminds investigators that understanding manipulation is as vital as understanding motive, and that empathy for victims must include vigilance against the subtle forms of coercion that create perpetrators. In the end, Myra Hindley remains a paradox. The ordinary woman who embodied the extraordinary capacity for moral surrender. Her crimes altered British culture, her imprisonment reshaped legal precedent, and her photograph became an icon of collective fear. Yet, within criminology, she is remembered less as symbol than as study, a caution that evil often arises not from monsters, but from followers who forget to question the ones they adore. When historians trace the global narcotics trade, one name stands out not only for its audacity, but also for its rarity. A woman who ruled an empire that few men could control. Griselda Blanco, known variously as La Madrina and the Black Widow, transformed the 1970s to 80s cocaine boom into a multinational enterprise that fused organized crime, capitalism, and gender inversion. Her story is not celebrated but studied, an object lesson in how social exclusion, intelligence, and ruthlessness can merge into a new kind of criminal entrepreneurship. Blanco was born in 1943 in Cartagena, Colombia, amid poverty that left little margin between survival and exploitation. Raised in Medellin's shantytowns, she learned early that opportunity was self-made or non-existent. Petty theft, smuggling, and gang affiliation provided an apprenticeship in street economics. By her teens, she had migrated to Medellin's underworld of counterfeiters and gun runners, absorbing the logic that would later define her empire. That violence and business were not opposites, but instruments of control. Sociologists analyzing her rise describe this as entrepreneurial deviance, the redirection of legitimate ambition through illegitimate markets when institutional doors remain closed. In the late 1960s, she moved to New York City, part of a Colombian diaspora seeking fortune in the United States. For most immigrants, the dream was labor and stability. For Blanco, it was scale. She recognized that American appetite for cocaine exceeded the supply lines then dominated by small cartels. Using family contacts in Medellin, she developed a supply chain that bypassed middlemen, What began as suitcases of powder smuggled by couriers evolved into an operation transporting tons per year through commercial flights and maritime routes. The infrastructure, false bottom luggage, forged passports, coded ledgers, was as intricate as any corporate logistics firm. Criminologists later cited it as an early model of transnational organized enterprise. Her innovation extended beyond logistics to branding. Blanco treated cocaine not as contraband, but as a luxury commodity. She courted nightclub owners, entertainers, and Wall Street traders, understanding that status fueled consumption. Marketing through image, she turned vice into fashion. This strategic aestheticization illustrates criminal marketing theory, the adaptation of commercial principles within illegal economies. Scholars note that Blanco's intuitive grasp of supply-demand elasticity and customer segmentation rivaled legitimate entrepreneurs of her era. The empire's success, however, demanded enforcement. Blanco's command of violence became legend, though myths often eclipse documentation. What can be said factually is that she orchestrated a system of enforcers who maintained discipline through fear. Analysts view this not as inherent savagery, but as governance through deterrence, a functional, if immoral, substitute for law within extra-legal markets. Her gender added complexity. Operating in a hyper-masculine milieu, she weaponized stereotypes of femininity, appearing disarming until negotiation turned adversarial. This performative duality, nurturer and executioner, made her simultaneously underestimated and unstoppable. By the late 1970s, her wealth rivaled that of small nations. Miami, transformed from resort town to cocaine capital, bore her invisible fingerprints. Real estate booms, luxury car imports, and nightlife economies flourished on laundered money. Economists studying the period coined the term narco-Keynesianism to describe how illicit cash stimulated local consumption. Yet the same flood of capital destabilized institutions. Corruption seeped into law enforcement, banking, and politics. Blanco's story thus intersects with the broader narrative of globalization, how unregulated flows of goods and currency reshape societies faster than laws can adapt. In 1985, after years of surveillance by the Drug Enforcement Administration, Blanco was arrested in California on trafficking charges. Her capture symbolized the state's growing sophistication in counter-narcotics enforcement. Wiretaps, informants, and financial tracking systems replaced the brute raids of earlier decades. Analysts credit operations against her network with pioneering the use of financial forensics, following money rather than product, as a strategic pivot. Her trial, though sensationalized, became a tutorial for future prosecutors in dismantling complex criminal economies through documentation rather than confrontation. Psychologically, Blanco remains a challenging figure for profilers. She combined maternal imagery, devotion to her sons, with absolute pragmatism. Interviews with associates describe her as charismatic, articulate, and capable of affection, yet utterly transactional. Forensic psychologists interpret this as compartmentalized psychopathy, the ability to isolate emotional bonds from operational decisions. In business contexts, similar traits appear in high-risk executives. In Blanco's world, they manifested as lethal efficiency. Understanding her cognition helps criminology examine how leadership and sociopathy can coexist across moral boundaries. Gender scholars find her case uniquely instructive. Within patriarchal criminal hierarchies, female participation is often relegated to supportive roles. Blanco shattered that structure, commanding men through intellect and intimidation. Yet her notoriety also reinforced cultural double standards. Media labelled her Queenpin or Madam of Mayhem, titles emphasizing gender anomaly rather than strategic genius. This illustrates gendered criminal discourse, where female power in illegality is eroticized or pathologized instead of analyzed structurally. Her visibility thus advanced both fascination and fear, reshaping popular narratives about women and crime. After 2 decades in U.S. prisons, Blanco was deported to Colombia in 2004. By then, her empire had dissolved, overtaken by larger cartels and evolving enforcement. She attempted a quiet retirement, reportedly running a small business in Medellin. Her death in 2012, killed by unknown assailants on a city street, closed the circle she had drawn between poverty and power. For students of criminology, that end underscores a principle older than any law. Systems built on violence inevitably consume their architects. The significance of Blanco's life extends beyond biography. Economically, she demonstrated how illicit markets integrate into global capitalism through demand, logistics, and finance. Politically, her career exposed vulnerabilities in international cooperation, uneven extradition treaties, corruptible customs, and the porousness of borders. Ethically, she challenges stereotypes about gender and criminal capability. Her intelligence, ambition, and adaptability, traits celebrated in legitimate entrepreneurs, became destructive when untethered from legality. In this sense, she personifies the moral ambivalence of success. The same cognitive skills that drive innovation can, absent ethical constraint, devastate societies. Contemporary criminology uses the Griselda model to illustrate interdisciplinary study. Economists analyze her cash flow systems, sociologists explore her gender performance, political scientists examine her effect on bilateral relations, and psychologists assess her leadership under extreme risk. Each discipline extracts lessons applicable far beyond narcotics. Her narrative helps explain cybercrime networks, human trafficking rings, and corporate corruption, anywhere profit outruns principle. To educators, Blanco's case is valuable precisely because it defies simplicity. She was neither victim nor anomaly. She was a product of inequality fused with genius. Her empire's collapse proved that no structure built on coercion sustains itself indefinitely. Yet its rise demonstrated how systemic demand perpetuates supply, regardless of morality. Thus, her story teaches not only about crime, but about capitalism's shadow, the market that mirrors every legitimate one. In public imagination, she remains a contradiction, a woman who conquered an empire and lost herself within it. In scholarly interpretation, she endures as a mirror reflecting society's complicity, the consumers who funded her trade, the bankers who cleaned her profits, the audiences who glorified her myth. Understanding Griselda Blanco requires confronting not only her decisions, but also the conditions that made them profitable. Ultimately, the cocaine matriarch stands as a final chapter in the study of dangerous women, not because of her brutality, but because of her intellect misdirected. She reminds scholars and citizens alike that intelligence divorced from empathy, strategy divorced from ethics, and ambition divorced from humanity are the true engines of destruction. Her life, viewed through academic lens, is less a legend of crime than a case study in what happens when the architecture of opportunity rewards risk, but not responsibility.